Call the full city council for November 17th to order, 2020. The clerk will call the roll to record attendance.
I am here. I read your lips. I'm here.
Bartley,
Here.
Graney,
Here.
Hernandez, No Libby, Leahy,
I'm present. Good evening, everyone.
LeBron Martinez,
Here.
Lisi,
Here.
McGee,
Here.
McGivern,
Here.
Murphy,
Here.
Sullivan,
Here.
Coleman,
Here.
Bacon.
Here.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. First item on the agenda is public comment. As we know, if there's someone here for public comment, Ryan will let you in from the
So the fear keeps us
from the
just terrified, anxious. And
Ryan, can we mute everyone for a minute?
sometimes paralyzed.
All right, thank you. So we'll call you in. You'll call you in if you're coming in for public comment. You'll raise your hand so that way he knows. With public comment, we will do 1 minute and 30 seconds, of which at the minute marker, I will let you know and then finish up. I don't do it to be rude or stop your flow. It's just going by the rules here. With that, if you're here for public comment, please raise your hand on the button and Ryan will let you in. Ryan?
All set, Todd.
All right, so first hand that I see is Linda P.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Evening.
Linda Pratt, 39 St. Colby Drive in Holyoke. Good evening, counselors. I am here to speak on agenda item 7D regarding the backyard hens. First, I would like to thank the Board of Health, community members, and the members of the Ordinance Committee who worked so hard to draft this proposed language. Tonight, I am asking you to pass the ordinance, but to eliminate the requirement for a special permit and public hearing. After listening to the Ordinance Committee meeting, it was clear that this requirement was included because some counselors stated that it was a deal breaker for their approval. Not all the members were in favor in spite of the unanimous vote. I know that some of you feel that a special permit is necessary, but is it? Do we know how many people will actually apply to keep hens, construct the required coop and run that meet the setbacks, and pass the inspection by the Board of Health? We don't. So to those counselors, I say this: let's give it a chance. Let's find out how this works without adding more financial burden to the very people this ordinance is designed to benefit. Let's find out if backyard hens cause any more disturbance between neighbors than dogs that bark or do their business on neighbors' lawns. The ordinance could be amended in the future if that should become necessary.
One minute.
Let's give it a chance. I'd love to see some of my neighbors have this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on the list is Amy Candelario. I'm sorry if I'm butchering that. Candelaria, am I saying that right? I apologize. Amy? Is there an Amy here?
Calandrella.
Hi.
I was trying. I apologize.
Yes, I'm sorry. It took me a minute. Hi, everybody.
No worries. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sorry, not to interrupt you, but just let you know, Councilor Hernandez is here. Just let people know. All right, so on to you, Amy. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Amy Calandrella. I'm a Holyoke resident. I'm a homeowner. I just wanted to make an argument on behalf of myself and on other Holyoke residents that there be no special permit required and really only the lightest regulation in order to raise hens in the city. It matters to me because the heavy regulation and permitting, it's a burden on the potential homeowners and also on the city itself. I mean, like, why hold a barrier both logistically and financially to something that could really improve the quality of life for people? I've been following the argument for a while, and there's been a lot of worry about hen ownership. And I think there's an issue of mindset here. Like, can we imagine the best case scenarios or what's most likely? Can we focus our attention on what happened, what we want to encourage, and then work to make that happen? The sound of a hen laying an egg is nothing compared to loud cars and trucks don't lay eggs, and they don't look pretty like hens do. And the small chance of lead poisoning or a bug is so nothing compared to the levels of chemicals we're all used to eating and breathing and drinking. I don't really want to look at my neighbor's dog, but I do. And they might not want to look at my chickens, but we just all have to learn how to live together. So instead of the high restrictions or requirements, I'd like the city to consider to put your trust in people's ability to develop the skills necessary to care for hens safely, and where we're lacking skills, to provide us with the resources to develop them. I understand that resources are stretched and people are working hard and trying to do the right thing.
1 minute, just a heads up, 1 minute.
Okay. And with that in mind, I believe that providing access to hens in the form of encouraging programs and low barrier permits has the potential to really increase the overall health in the city and not have to make anyone's job any harder. Thank you.
To the president,
Thank you.
Amy, would you mind, you didn't mention your address, and we're asking everyone to mention their address, please.
Oh yeah, I'm 75 Merrick Avenue. Thank you.
What?
Next on the list is Andrew Fisk.
Good evening, Andrew Fisk, 118 Madison Avenue. Councilor McGee, members of the City Council, thank you for the chance to speak tonight. I think my vantage point on the ordinance is I am in agreement that the ordinance should be passed and remove the special permit and public hearing requirement. I think from my vantage point, this has gone through a tremendous amount of public input. And for me, the way government can work the most effectively is set out good standards that have been well developed and then get out of the way. And I think the special permit and public hearing requirement imposes too much burden on the process. And I think city government has a tremendous amount of things it needs to be doing and is putting a tremendous amount of effort towards, and the resources towards a special permit and public hearing are way out of line with what would be achieved by the process. So great kudos to the standards that have been put forward. They are thorough, thoughtful, and will allow for everyone's interest to be met, both the hen owners and the adjacent neighbors. So thank you very much for the chance to speak.
Thank you. Next, I have Guy O'Donnell.
Hi, yes. Thank you for taking time to listen to me today. I would like to echo what I've been hearing already, that, you know, we've been through this process for a few months now. We've seen very strong public support for affordable and accessible backyard hens. I think inviting your neighbors to a public hearing in front of the city committee is a very intense process. And I swear I've had a nightmare about this before, but so I definitely am in favor of passing this and taking that out. Hens are really important, I think, for a lot of reasons. They're great for our land. They're great, healthy local food that is more nutritious than the industrial food system that we currently have. It's a connection with our food that I think is really important and often lost on us. It builds community knowledge, allowing backyard hens right now. The more people that have them, the more they'll be able to pass this knowledge on to their neighbors, tell them what to do, and help them along, which builds our resilience. We'll be less dependent, Holyoke will be less dependent on corporations, other communities, and supply chains. And as we've seen from this year, supply chains are at risk. This pandemic definitely disrupted them at the beginning. We've seen disruptions in fuel and supply chains during fuel shortages during the Iraq War. And also we know that oil is not going to last forever. So, and there's currently climate change as well that causes a lot of disruptions. Crop destruction.
Heads up, 1 minute.
Thanks. Mass migration, labor shortages, flooding, bigger, more frequent storms, droughts, and fires. So I don't think that the current disruption we're seeing now is going to be the last one. So I do hope that Holyoke will come together and become a more resilient food community. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
And to the
One
president,
thing for that, wait, hold
Address?
on, Guy, just for the record, your address, please.
Yes, I'm a homeowner in West Holyoke, 367 Appermont Highway.
Thank you very much. Councilor Anderson Burgos, you had a question, or was that it for the address?
that is the address. Thank you.
Okay. Next is Jose Maldonado.
Hello, can you hear me?
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Jose Maldonado. I am 210 Pine Street here in Holyoke. So I'll be honest, I was one of the residents at first when I heard chickens, like, why are we having chickens in Holyoke? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. But after traveling through 2 major cities, living in other cities, realizing that chickens can live in cities. Like, it is a possibility as long as anyone has said, as everyone else has said, the laws and the standards are put in place, and you just have to trust that other adults are able to follow those process. So for me, there is a food security, being a Puerto Rican, like, I totally understand that. But for me, it comes down more to a freedom of choice, which is what this country is built on. Freedom, and having chickens is not going to impede on anyone's human rights. Like, it's a chicken in your backyard. You can have a conversation with neighbors, which is actually what we want. We want our neighbors to talk to each other. But it doesn't have to be through a whole process with the city council. It doesn't have to be a special permit. I'm sure that you have a lot on your plate and you want to add another thing on top of that. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Thank you. It's not an efficient process. One of my favorite stories growing up in this city is the blackout of 1865, where the whole of Northeast was blacked out and certain areas like us weren't, because we're sustainable. We can handle our own. And I wish that the city council will continue that and make this city be able to handle its own. And I feel like an head ordinance will aid in that process. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have, let me see, unlisted, Chelsea Gazillo. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, you said that right.
Close? No, sorry.
No, you said it right. It's Chelsea Gazillo.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Chelsea Gazillo, and I live at 79 Lawler Street, for the record. As a Holyoke resident and homeowner, I fully support the city's efforts to pass an ordinance that would allow residents to own backyard hens. I'm a member of the Holyoke Food and Equity Collective, and for my profession, I work for American Farmland Trust, which is a national organization dedicated to saving the land that sustains us. There are many reasons why City Council should support passing this hen ordinance tonight, and I think many other members or folks on the call have mentioned them. Clearly, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, there is an urgent need to increase access and affordability of fresh, nutritious food in order to increase the health and well-being of Holyoke residents. Backyard hens and community gardens can do just this. Additionally, there are environmental benefits associated with owning backyard hens. Compared to factory farms, backyard hens produce a fraction of the manure in a much smaller footprint. You can handle their waste properly, returning it to the environment in an eco-conscious manner. If the coop is kept well, there will be little to no odor. In addition, the birds will be happier and healthier. Since the public comment period—
1 minute, just a heads up, 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. Since the public comment period with the City Council Ordinance and Planning Joint Committee hearing has respectfully ended, I've continued to hear a lot of negative comments from City Council officials about this ordinance. With this being said, I urge City Council to consider the public comments that were shared at the joint hearing. As the current draft of the Ordinance Committee stands, public comments outlining how the City Council can adopt an equitable and fair hen ordinance have been largely ignored by many members of the Ordinance Committee. And as Andrew Fisk said earlier, I will say it again, in my honest opinion, this is a disappointment to the local government decision-making process. You asked the public to give comment, we gave comment, and many of us were a part of a research committee that helped inform the original
notice that is
ordinance. All right, thank you so much.
Finish, I'm just letting you know, you can finish. I just want to let you know, I'm trying to be fair to everyone.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. So with that all being said, I urge City Council to consider the Board of Health permit process and regulations And let's learn from this process, taking it one hen at a time and passing the original ordinance that was outlined as part of the public comment or during the public comment period. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, I see JR and Nicole Trombley.
Hey everybody. My name is John Rivera and I'm a Holyoke resident, and my partner is here to talk on their behalf as well.
Just an address quickly.
Yep,
The address.
we live on 2 Laurel Street.
Thank you.
Yep. And I'm here to discuss the Holyoke hen ordinance. I'm grateful that we have come to a consensus in supporting the move to allow backyard hens in the city, but the special permit and public hearing requirements are a bit excessive. These notification requirements will cost an estimated $250 or more. This is roughly the savings one can get from these hens, not to mention building costs and feed. This is highly restrictive towards all your constituents and limits which citizens have access to healthy and whole food, especially in the light of the food desert and food security issues that our community faces. This is why I'm in favor of a hen ordinance without these notification requirements. And
Yep. Hi, my name is Nicole Trombley. I live at the same residence, 2 Laurel Street in Holyoke. And for the same reasons that John stated, I am also in favor of a hen ordinance without notification requirements.
Thank you very much. Next on the list, I have a Jose Estrada. Very much. Jose. Next.
Hi, I'm no longer a current resident of Holyoke, so I have to request permission.
Oh, yep. So motion is suspend the rules to allow people, non-residents, to speak.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, over to you.
Thank
Hey,
you.
just
I
put the
used to
address
live.
for the record, though, Jose. Just the address for the
Yes.
record, please. Thank you.
I live at 73 Barrett Street in Northampton, Massachusetts now. And basically echoing everything that John Rivera and Nicole said, those are the reasons why I would like the hen ordinance passed without a special permit. And I like to remind everyone that if you're into patriotism and you're proud of being an American, like I know some of you are, we used to instruct people to farm. It used to be required of us to keep hens and to farm crops. It's the best thing that you can do for food sovereignty and to be independent. And requiring fees that's literally defeating the purpose and taking the freedom away from the people that can benefit the most from the nutrition. The alternatives are McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Burger King, disgusting food that kids end up eating, and it's a bad diet. So I would encourage you to pass it without the special permit. If there's a problem later, reassess it. But I think that you're putting a bunch of work on the city council's plate where there's much more important matters for you to be taking up in city council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on the list, I see Eric Frey. Eric? You're on mute, Eric. There you go.
Every time. Sorry about that. I'm Eric Frary at 295 Southampton Road in Holyoke, and I'm here with my husband, Aaron Frary, also 295 Southampton Road. We are here in support of the chicken ordinance. We believe that backyard farming and small-scale food farming is imperative for the future of our planet and for the health of our communities. Additionally, we support this regulation without the special permit and the notification requirements, because putting this level of environmental stewardship and this level of localized food sovereignty into the hands of all residents of Holyoke is key, not just those with the privilege to afford a permitting process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Kara Nye. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes, actually, thank you. My name is Kara Nye. I live at 801 Dwight Street. Hello, thank you, councilors, for the chance to speak. As a Holyoke resident, I just want to add to the very large chorus of community members who are advocating for a reasonable hen ordinance. It's clear that the current proposal is preventatively cumbersome and costly. As many people have already said, and countless cities in the country have shown us, it is very possible to have backyard hens without this imagined made up detrimental impact on the communities. What it will do is give people access to a sustainable food source for their families, which is increasingly important, as Guy and a million other people on this call have already said, not to mention a fun activity for families at a time when most fun things are not allowed. I live in Holyoke. I'd love to have chickens. I could figure out how to do that responsibly. Having to pay hundreds of dollars and go through the complicated permitting and notifying mail process would stop me from having them. It's literally cost and logistically preventative. And honestly, it very much feels like that's the goal of all these unnecessary stipulations, is to make it so difficult that people just don't do it. We don't have special permits for stereos and car radios, and those are certainly louder in my neighborhoods than the hens would be. We also allow dogs. Those are certainly louder than hens would be. And many things are smellier. So please pass this ordinance without all the extra stuff. It's just not necessary.
Just to let her know that we do have ordinances on sound.
I don't mind the music.
All right, hold on. So anyone else, Ryan, or anyone else on the screen that didn't raise your hand or don't know how to use the hand button, but wanted to speak? Ryan, was there public comment? I do believe there's one or two that was sent in.
And I can check, but I'm not aware of any that
Excuse me, Todd, President. We have Andrea K-Ward that has the hand up. I can see it. I'm not sure if you can.
Oh, sorry, no, I looked down for a minute, so thank you. Andrea K-Ward, are you there?
Hey, it's Andrea Court. Thanks. Yeah, no worries. Just real quick, I wanted to echo everything that other residents have said prior to me today. Just phenomenal, really well said. I could not say it better myself. And also, I just want to extend an offer to the city councilors to give some trust to the residents of Holyoke that we will handle the hen situation well if given trust from you, meaning as few requirements as possible to limit us as much as possible. If you give us some space to really be creative with the process, which requires minimum fees and requirements, I think that we can really work together well. I think having hens available to everybody in the city allows for a framework of connection that we don't have right now. And we could really connect the city in extraordinary ways if given the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just go back to.
Todd, we got a message from, I think it's Holland, saying that they couldn't raise their hand.
So.
They're
Colin, where are they?
bottom right-hand corner for me.
There's actually a bunch of people on screen too. There's a bunch of folks that haven't had a chance to speak.
All right, so Ryan, are you able to see them? I don't see them on my screen, so
The name is Soleil Holland. Soleil Holland, and if you go to the second screen.
Hi, yeah.
Hi. Oh,
I'm Soleil. I live at 431 Appleton Street with my two roommates.
Hello.
We are definitely in support of having hens in the community, but we I feel like the extra fees and things like that will make it inaccessible. Echoing everything that everyone has said, just accessibility is important, especially during these difficult times, especially with the state of the climate and all of those things. I don't know if y'all want to say anything on that as well, but definitely accessibility for all Holyoke residents feels imperative during these times. So just also wanting to add on to that it feels very important to not put extra barriers for people to have access to those things.
I would agree, especially for the Puerto Rican community, which is really prominent in Holyoke. We don't want to see any barriers to chickens and life and food.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looking through the screens here. Anyone else see anyone, or we're missing anyone for public comment?
No, but I know of at least 2 messages that were sent to public comment, the public comment email address.
I do have one right here from Jens Mickelson of 5 Holly Meadow Road. Hello, I'm a resident at 5 Holly Meadowwood Road. Thank you for allowing me to contribute in this forum. Unfortunately, I'm not able to attend to speak, but I would like to suggest amending the chicken ordinance to omit the special permit. This process, while I understand its intent, places an undue burden on city staff, residents, and city council. A standard permit should be suffice so long as we can count on adults to act like adults and take care of their property. Also, there is a significant literature surrounding public participation that suggests getting in front of the city council at a formal setting is a daunting task that actually distracts from the will to participate. If the point is to make the hens attainable, we should do for everyone, not just people who feel comfortable coming to the city council meeting. I feel I have lived next to chickens twice in my life, and both occasions I had to be told there were chickens next door. Compare this to situations where special permits are not required. I'm sure all of us know when our neighbors get a new dog that barks or gets someone that drives loud music. Thank you for your time and consideration. We just go through some more here. That's all I have on the public comment emails. Ryan, do you have any?
No, I'm not seeing any, Todd.
I have
Okay.
one, Mr. President.
Okay, if you can read it,
from my
Councilor
council.
Hernandez. I just don't have.
Oh,
unless
okay,
I
from-
missed it. I'm looking through.
It's from my constituent from Ward 4, Mary Burks. I'm not sure if you have that one. I believe that she sent it to everyone, but I can read it if you allow me to.
Was it sent through public comment or just as an email?
Email.
Yeah, I mean, you can read it.
Oh,
but
that
I'm only
doesn't
going
count?
through the.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
going through the public comment
Oh,
account.
okay.
The comment time.
All right.
That's what I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anyone
Oh, okay.
who got in through that avenue.
Okay, so you don't need me to read it, right? Or do you
No,
want me
if
to?
it's an email, it in essence, we set up that public comment channel to funnel emails through there to then get it out through this forum. That's what we're looking to do when we set that up. I don't see any other ones. So while I was doing that, did someone come in or did we miss a hand or anything? All right, so seeing.
I did get a message copied to me from Britta Dempsey that looks like it was sent to public comment at holyoke.org.
Okay, can you read that one if you have it?
Yeah, I do want to just emphasize that if I'm copied to this and that went into public comment, then I am a bit concerned that we're not getting all the public comment emails, but I'll read this one. So from Britta Dempsey, who lives on Morgan Street. I support the backyard hen ordinance, but the special permit and public hearing requirements are too costly and add unnecessary red tape to the process. The city makes it very easy to have a dog, and dogs are louder, messier, and scarier than hens. Having hens would not impact neighbors like a walk-in nail salon might. A walk-in nail salon might. This is actually a racist policy that will impede residents who want to improve their food security. Please remove these requirements so that our neighbors can have hens. It looks like there's one other person sending me a note that they did send in public comment, in fact.
Okay.
Do we have access to that email address?
Ryan, what's that email address? We have it. I mean, we do get them. And I read the ones that I do have that came through.
Todd, we get the same emails, and I didn't see any from that email address.
Well, I read the one that I do have. And Councilor Lisi just read that one.
I don't have another one. I just got a note that other people were sending in their comments.
Okay, maybe via email, but not through the public comment channel. But okay, Councilor Hernandez, I see your hand
Yes,
up.
I just wanted to ask through the president to Ryan, is there like another folder, maybe like a spam, that the emails are sitting there without us being able to see them, perhaps? You know how sometimes they go like to spam or junk?
And not to my knowledge, Libby.
Oh, okay.
Because I do receive some of them, and I'm not seeing. Like Todd, I'm looking at my emails, and I've been looking at them, and I would put them to the side if I saw a public comment for tonight. So.
Okay, thank you so much.
I do have a hand up here that I didn't call on. Margaret Wise, W-I-S-E.
Yes. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. So, yeah, I've heard and seen some arguments against this, saying, why can't people just go buy eggs? And that would be cheaper than going through all the trouble of building a coop, yada, yada. Earlier this year, with the beginning of the pandemic, besides Holyoke being a food desert, just everywhere, we saw basic supplies go empty on grocery store shelves. We can't take our food supply chain for granted. People survived during World War II because of victory gardens. So really, people being able to supply their own food is empowering. It would make Holyoke more self-sustaining. And also, not a lot of people in Holyoke can just walk to buy eggs. So being able to walk to their backyard and know exactly where they came from would be really great. And I do think that the restrictions of having all the certified letters and the special permit would be prohibitive. People could.
We're at 1 minute, just to give you a heads up.
Okay. Yeah, just there are ways that people could build a coop pretty cheaply, and there are also grants that could help backyard farmers pay for supplies. So I really don't think we should be looking at the cost of what it takes to get started, but more of the empowerment people will feel by being able to produce their own food. Thank you.
Thank you. And what was your address?
Oh, sorry, 50 Francis Avenue.
Thank you. Seeing no more hands up. There was a late file that we did receive. It's a petition regarding the hens ordinance. I'm not sure if everyone got that. I just mentioned that as part of the process here. All right, so with that, that ends public comment. And we're now off to communications.
Motion to suspend the necessary rules and take up item number 7D out of order, since all these folks are here for that item.
Second.
So motion is to suspend the rules, go out of order to 7D. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? This is from Committee on Ordinance, 7D. The Committee on Ordinance is referred in order an effort to enhance food access and security for our residents during these uncertain times, that we have a backyard chicken ordinance, as well as review of the permitting process for community gardens to ensure that it facilitates easy access to the use of such sites. Recommended that the order be adopted. Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. So let's see. I just want to, first of all, thank all the members of the Ordinance Committee for going through a long public hearing process along with the Planning Board. We got a lot of really great input there from multiple city departments. I was going through my notes, and we had, including some new speakers today, over 44 Holyoke residents speak on this issue in support. There was of all the emails that I received, first of all, there was 0 negative comments in public comment. And of all the emails that I received only 4 sort of negative comments on this matter. One of which an individual emailed me after seeing the draft and said that she actually feels that we've done our due diligence and it's going to be a good ordinance, and she shifted her position. Other issues that were raised during the public comment period, like noise and smell and even lead in the soil, have all been addressed by the Board of Health regulations that the Board of Health would have to adopt, but because our ordinance refers to them, you'll see that they are submitted by the Board of Health for your reference. So we created a lot of regulations to assist with the safe and healthy keeping of hens in the backyards here in Holyoke.
I was asked.
Hello, yes?
Ryan, make sure everyone's muted so we can get the report. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just note, so one of the first things that we did was work with the planning board on creating the zoning regulations. The planning board actually felt that all residential zones would be appropriate. That was their recommendation. The City Council Ordinance Committee amended all residential zones down to really the single and 2-family zones, as well as the downtown residential up to 6-unit dwellings. There were some issues related to equity because the ability to have hens stays with the landowner as opposed to the renters. So once you have more than 6 rental units in a dwelling, it seems, you know, on a first come first served basis, we may, you know, come into some inequity issues. The hens must be kept in hen houses or coops, and they must have a minimum of 3 square feet of space for each hen. The coops must be enclosed by a run or some outdoor area where the chickens can be fed and get exercise. That has to be at a minimum of 10 square feet of space per hen. The coop and run must be set up 8 feet from any side property line, 10 feet from any rear line, 50 feet from any neighboring dwelling, and 100 feet from any surface water source. Hens must be kept in a safe and healthy manner as described by the Board of Health regulations. And again, they outline the procedures for food storage, waste management, cleaning, and sanitizing the coops. They make reference to how to handle any sort of deceased bird. They cannot go in the trash. Additionally, they make reference to the noise ordinances that would also govern any noises that would that the chickens could possibly make. Roosters are expressly prohibited. And again, renters who wish to keep hens must demonstrate in writing that they have permission from the property owner. And all this takes place via a special permit of the City Council, which includes a public hearing and notification of abutters within 300 feet of the property where chickens would be kept. So, you know, the last meeting with the ordinance committee, I want to thank all the members again, because we did work really hard to come up with a lot of compromises. I was really happy to have the committee work together in that manner. But after we passed the vote, I have to say I walked away. I walked into my kitchen to go get something to eat, and I looked at my backyard and was trying to imagine myself initiating this process. And it is, first of all, a very costly process. In my mind, I was thinking it would cost $250 because that's what we know that, for example, the marijuana notifications that don't require the Board of Health, just a special permit of the City Council. They require 2 weeks notification, and they are at $250 for just the notification. And then when I was going through the notes with Crystal the next day, it really kind of was made clear that there's a special permit fee with the clerk's office of $100. There's going to be the 2 weeks of advertising at $250. And then you have to actually, I believe it's called register. You have to register your permit, or I believe that's the word. I'm sorry if I'm not getting the word right, but registering the permit is another $100. So just to be really clear, when we thought, you know, $250 was prohibitive, the true cost is more like $450, $500 just to see if, you know, we can initiate this process. So the cost is really prohibitive. I feel, in all the, you know, privilege I have as a, you know, middle-class white woman, that $500 is just a non-starter for myself. So I do think that we need to perhaps amend on the floor this evening and get rid of the special permit of the city council with the 300 feet of butter notification. I do think that a lot of the comments here resonate with me this evening. I think that it does put an undue burden on the city council. I've been sort of saying this in relation to the marijuana permits that we've been hearing. We go through this very lengthy, costly special permit process. You know, these are marijuana companies, and they can more than afford the 2 weeks notification and the abutter notifications and anything else that goes along with it. But the city council, at the end of the day, isn't really making good use of the reviews. We're hardly getting any public comment on them. It's a long and technical process, and I'm not sure if the city council is actually making use of that venue. And in the same way, I don't think that you know, using the city council as a venue to initiate the keeping of backyard hens is appropriate, time-consuming, or effective. I do like the idea of creating strong regulations. I think the strong regulations are in there, and then getting out of the way and really sort of ending an era of paternalism for the city council. We want to have control over every little thing that happens in the city, and really, I think we need to be fostering a degree of neighborliness in the community at this point in time, where neighbors can have conversations with one another, and if there is no sort of result from neighbors talking to one another, then there are appeals avenue that were built into the ordinance. They are presently there. And then finally, you know, I walked away having, you know, that moment of joy, like, oh, we actually came together and passed something, feeling that it wasn't really representative. What we passed was not representative of, you know, the more than 44 people that registered their opinions over, you know, the summer until now. So over about 6 months of public comment and public hearing. So I was really glad to see some people come this evening for public comment and give all the counselors a chance to hear, you know, all of the reasons, all the various reasons why really moving forward without that special permit and public hearing provision is important. But I would be happy to answer any questions about the present ordinance, or allow other counselors to say a few things before I motion to amend to remove the special permit provision and return it to a regular permit of the Board of Health.
All right, are there any counselors that wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. President.
Counselor Bacon, sorry.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing tonight is that the compromise that the ordinance committee is not to the liking of the people who are coming to the public speak out. And we know it wasn't to the liking of 3 of the ordinance committee members on the night that we were able to achieve the compromise. And so it seems that that compromise wasn't really a productive compromise, given the motion just made by the chair. And I think it's unfortunate, because what we're talking about here is a zone change. And zone changes are never done lightly. And property owners buy their homes in property with certain zoning. And they have a reasonable expectation that they'll be able to enjoy their property in the way that they understand the local laws to be. So whenever we take under consideration to change zoning, we have to do it, in my view, with a careful consideration of the interests of all the parties involved. And I've had communication with at least one or more of the speakers tonight relative to that. I think in our role as city councilors, while we are obligated certainly to look at changes as things change in our economy and our community, we have to consider the interests of all the parties involved. I feel that the ordinance before us with the special permit process allows that to happen. And for the speakers who believe there would be no cost in terms of notice under the Board of Health model, certified letters are required under that as well. So the only way that neighbors have an opportunity to actually be formally heard relative to a zone change and a use change is through a public hearing process. It's really the only avenue that a person, when a law is changed, has to be assured that they will be heard. And so that is why I supported the ordinance, only with that caveat in it. So thank you.
Anyone further? Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for everybody that spoke tonight. And thank you for all the people that who emailed me, both pro and con. I just want to make sure you guys know I tried responding to as many people as possible. I hope that I got to you as well. But if I could just ask Councilor Lisi a couple of questions through the chair. Back when we did this, I think it was back in 2010, the first time this came up. At that time, my friend, good counselor in Ward 4, Councilor Purrington, he wanted to do this as a 12-month pilot program and have the city council revisit within 12 months. Was that ever thrown on the table for this time?
No, it wasn't. And just responding through the chair, if you will, Mr. President.
Yep.
Okay, I think that probably would have been a good idea. And also, in this ordinance, are the residents or the people who own the hens, are they responsible for putting them in at the end of the night and letting them out in the morning?
I'm unsure what the question is, sorry.
Repeat.
Are the hens required to be put into their coop at nighttime, then released into the morning?
So through the chair, there is no requirement that they are put in. As far as I understand, the hens just go into the coop as soon as the light dwindles, and the coop is a structure that is enclosed and has like their little nest, and then the run is the space around the coop. So they never are roaming around freely except for within the 10 feet of square face, 10 square feet of space outside of the coop per hen. 10 square feet per hen of space outside of the coop.
Okay, no, I just thought maybe you would know that because you were the co-sponsor of that order. And that order back in 2010 required all the homeowners to put the hens into the coop, and they'll be released in the morning time, so they wouldn't be walking around throughout the night. And also, back then as well, there was a compost. It was a must to have a compost. Is that in this ordinance as well?
We outline multiple ways that you can take care of either feeding. So you feed the hens can feed off of your house compost, or you can also compost the hen droppings. And so we sort of outline that with the waste management.
Okay, because hens, I think from my research, 6 hens per year, I think it does about a quarter of a ton of manure. That's a lot of manure, and we certainly don't want that in the trash, or certainly we don't want that dumped in the backyard. But those are the questions I have for now. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Hernandez.
Hi, thank you so much. I want to thank everyone that came out for public comment today and all the hard work that the ordinance committee put in. And I just wanted to speak and to back up my constituents in Ward 4 and throughout the city, but specifically in Ward 4, one of the lower wards that people are economically strapped. I have a lot of people that have come to me to give, to communicate the support. Spanish speaking only constituents that perhaps didn't access and do not know how to access to input their public comment, but have approached me. People that are more than capable of having some extra wood around and some wire and building a coop and following rules as long as we provide it to them in their language. I happened to go to the supermarket this weekend and went to grab a dozen of eggs, and I heard two of the Stop and Shop employees just commenting on how ridiculously high the prices are. Like for a regular white large dozen of eggs, it was $6.99, and that wasn't even like the nicer brands like the Eggland's Best and all those other ones that claim to be organic. So this is something that with all of these extra layers of money that have to be put into it is not going to be feasible for everyone. And if we're talking about giving the opportunity and promoting self-sufficiency and sustainability, I think that we as a community, as the great city of Holyoke, can do this the right way without this extra scrutiny and without all of these regulations and economic hardship that's going to be placed on some of the people that can't afford it. So I'm speaking out for my constituents, for people that are below the area medium income, that are impoverished, that can really take this off the ground, and they can do it with with little means, still be successful at it. And that's why I'm voting in favor of this today. And I hope that other of my city council fellow councilors can join me, and all the people that have been here tonight, that have commented in previous meetings, and that they can give this a shot. Thank you so much.
Counselor Lisi, I see your hand up. And then Counselor Anderson Burgos.
Thank you. I just want to speak very briefly to this concept of, we're going to be changing the zone every time someone comes forward for keeping hens in their backyard. That's just not the fact of the matter. We just went through the zone change process. That required 2 weeks notification in a paper of record that there was going to be a change, an amendment to the zoning. Then we had a public hearing process along with the planning board. That is the zone change process. We got a recommendation from the planning board saying they believe that hens can be kept appropriately in every residential zone throughout the city. That was the zone change process. We are going to now finalize that process with our vote tonight. And even if we were to pass the language that we have before us that includes a special permit of the city council and the public hearing with 300 feet abutter notification, every time we hear about hens in somebody's backyard, that is not a zone change process. We are treating it as a zone change process because zone changes are significant, absolutely. But this is the opportunity that people have to weigh in on how their property would be used, accessed, treated in their neighborhoods. This is the process. We're not going to revisit this long, tedious process every time we want to, every time an individual family in our community wants to come forward and say they want to keep hens in their backyard. That is not a zone change process. Even if we did, I just want to really emphasize this, even if we kept the language the way it is now, that would not be a zone change every single time a family came forward with the desire to put hens in their backyard. this is the zone change process. This is the opportunity that people have to speak in favor or against it. Again, we have heard overwhelmingly now for 6 months. For 6 months, we could have had people speak up against or for. And what we saw was overwhelmingly this community, the community of Holyoke, is coming out overflowingly in favor of supporting a very sort of intuitive, non-restrictive, non-cost prohibitive way for them to keep hens in their backyards. So I do want to sort of dispel the notion that every time someone wants to have a hen in the backyard, that's a zone change. This is the zone change process. Thank you.
Councilor Anderson Burgos.
First of all, I want to thank everybody who commented during public comment. I heard you loud and clear. And as a representative for Ward 6, and not just Ward 6, the city of Holyoke, I'm listening to my constituents. I'm listening to the residents, and I'm listening to their stories and what they'd like to see. I can't begin to express how many emails, calls for this ordinance to go through. And when I look at what was crafted during ordinance, what was passed, because it's like, okay, it was like we were betting. Okay, we're gonna strike this. We're gonna do that. It was almost like it seems like it was being restricted. So even if this would pass tonight, which I even have, for some reason, I have a doubt. Even if this was to pass tonight, let's face it, a lot of the residents who would love to see this pass couldn't afford it. We are building walls to a community that is outpouring. They're pouring their hearts, their souls to us, pleading with us to please strike the special permit, the restrictions that would keep these people from having hens, a food source. Yeah, we will use a pandemic to express the need for it, but let's not forget the nutritional value. This is about community. Every single one of us, we're here to represent the people of the city. And I'd like to say deep down in our hearts, we have a goal to represent individuals throughout the city. But please look at how many emails and calls we received to see this go through. I only received one against it, and that was it, just one. And I had a conversation with this woman, lovely woman. And, I expressed what I thought to her, and it made sense. And it makes sense to even people who don't want chickens. It says, I don't understand the big deal. And as a body that we're working together to make a community better, we are spending so much time on this. Let's see it go through. If something happens, we adjust it, because that's what we're here to do. If something goes wrong when we pass something, we adjust it to make it work for the community. Thank you, guys.
Councilor McGivern, did you have your hand up? Or yeah, you do now. Councilor McGivern.
I do now. Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to note, not as a member of the ordinance committee, but as a member of the city council, I did attend every minute of the public hearings held on this matter and every minute of the public meetings held on discussing the results of both the public hearing and the drafting of this ordinance. And I concur with the ordinance committee chair. I concur with many speakers that the public health people, our attorneys, all the department heads, and the collaboration of drafting this ordinance was well done. And to a point where I didn't have too many questions at a certain point during the process. However, near the end, and at the time throughout the beginning of the process, we were being discussed about the permit being issued by the Board of Health. And our public health director said something that took me back. He informed us, I guess, or I just picked it up at that time. that when they issue the special permit from the Board of Public Health Department, it's not in front of the committee, it's not a public hearing. And I said, well, what do you do if abutters and neighbors have concerns? And they say, we take them into consideration, but we don't hold a public hearing. And to me, that is not democracy. That is not when you know a neighbor currently, with the exception of what we did in 2010, no farm animals are allowed in any zone in the city except residential agricultural, which is what was a zone that was far more prevalent when Holyoke was built, but something that, as we know, many of our farms, not just in Holyoke, but across this country, were lost for a lot of reasons. The ordinance committee did their job, and I'm the one, and maybe I didn't choose the best of phrases or the best of words, that said the public hearing is a deal maker to me, a deal breaker. I'm not a deal maker is what I'm trying to say. The deal breaker is, and a couple of the councilors I think followed what I was trying to say, is I don't care if my neighbors have hens, because I have neighbors that I think if they want to put up hens, they would do it. They would do it by the code. But there are neighborhoods, there are areas in this city where it doesn't fit. And there are many people in this city, and they didn't come to the public comment, they didn't come to the public hearings, that are opposed to this outright. And I know everyone's gotten those same emails that I've gotten. I know people have had people in the street talk to you. I know you've heard the negative side of this. I believe that the ordinance committee, when they changed their mind about the public hearing process and said that even though I think it could be with the Board of Health, that they would just hold a public hearing, they met a compromise, which is what government is about. We have everybody that spoke here tonight spoke well in public comment. They are good speakers. They believe in what they're saying, and that's part of the democratic process that I believe in. There are also people that have expressed, the exact opposite, and I believe in that too, because they have their reasons that they doubt that their hens in the backyard of a neighbor is good for their neighborhood. So what I believe in democracy that we don't see these days is you bring both sides to the middle, and it's called the compromise. You give a little and you take a little. The cost of the public hearing, most of it is not the cost of the permit, but there is a cost for the permit no matter what you do. The cost of the public hearing is a big part of it is the mailing, the certified mailing, which needs to be done under both, whether it's the Board of Health or whether it's the City Council itself. And that's something we can't avoid because notification does become part of a special permit process. What I'm asking for is that if the City Council, because the Board of Public Health won't or cannot do it at this time, that we hold a public hearing so that we can air out the differences or the concerns of neighbors before a neighbor in their area puts in a coup. And then that's what I meant by the whole thing. I was very happy when the ordinance committee compromised it. I also mentioned to the members of the committee, I don't know how everybody's voting because not everybody has spoken up on this yet. But if you listen to the way people are voting, to pass this ordinance tonight with or without a public hearing, we need 9 votes. It's an amendment to the zoning ordinance. It's a 2/3 vote. Do the math, figure it out, meet the compromise in the middle, and then we can go forward for a year and see how this works out. We can't experiment with putting in coops for a year into an area where someone doesn't want them, because you're not going to remove the coop in a year if you say it doesn't work. It's going to be there and it's going to be grandfathered. We need to give people in neighborhoods a chance to speak or for something changes on their property. And that's why I brought it up. I'm not against hens. I lived on Beach Street. I had people that had hens in their backyard. I had 2 doors down. The family had a rooster. To be honest with you, I kind of like that rooster, and I like hearing it in the morning. I don't think everybody agrees with me on that one, but let's meet the compromise, the integrity of the compromise that came out of the committee. Don't amend it. Let's see what happens. The cost is one time. The second time the permit comes up in 12 months, they don't go through a public hearing as long as there's no problems.
Councilor Murphy for the first time.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to everybody. And I mean, this has been something that we've been talking about, and I have been trying to find a middle ground throughout this entire process. I do think those people who currently own property in these zones where the hens are not allowed, this is something that would be, if we approve this, is something that is potentially changing what the character of their neighborhood might be like. Should they have a right to communicate their thoughts? My view is they absolutely should. And I actually think the special permit process potentially makes the entire situation where we have a chance to improve neighborhood relations. If we do not, and I would also suggest, if this ordinance stays as is and not as proposed to be amended with a special permit, that anyone considering hens, the first thing they should be doing is reaching out to their neighbors to see what the reaction is, to find out what the concerns are, and to determine whether or not they could realistically expect support from their neighbors. Clearly, that doesn't cost anything, but it does create, in my opinion, it creates an opportunity for people to really get to know their neighbors. And we may find out that there's a lot more neighborhood support for it. We may find out in some areas that there's not neighborhood support for it. But again, we are in effect altering what would be offered, what could be offered, or what could be used on that property. I just think the special permit makes sense, and it makes sense for in that way for sure. And again, I think Councilman McGivern, it's a one-time cost for a special permit. Again, I would tell somebody, don't go apply for a special permit if you haven't talked to your neighbors. And I heard the Health Director Gonzalez talk about, you know, we could get comments, but we aren't going to have any public hearing. We're going to basically work on a situation. I consider, if we pass this, this is a privilege potentially available to a homeowner or to a renter, not an absolute right. That is basically the difference that I see through what we had compromised on. And you know, I thought we were pretty much in agreement the other day, and I felt good about it, that we had come to some kind of compromise. Was it a perfect compromise? No, it's not. But it was a compromise. It was an attempt. I mean, in reality, I've had people tell me on one side, absolutely vote to have hens and don't do any of the other things. I've had people on the other side tell me absolutely do not. I've tried to find a middle ground because I think there is a middle ground out there that can be used and can be beneficial to the community as a whole. And as is, I could support it. If with the amendment, I will not. Thank you.
Councilor Hernandez, I saw your hand up.
Yes, thank you so much. I just wanted to add, and I'm listening through the president, if I may address the comments from Councilor McGivern and Terry Murphy as to and they're great. I mean, Councilor Murphy is saying that there will be like opportunities for conversations between neighbors and more networking, and what better to speak with a neighbor to know what's the feeling about the hens. But can this all be done, like this conversation and this without this special permit cost? There has to be a way that we can do this without feeling corralled into, of course, Councilor Murphy, when we voted, it was almost like we either, you know, let's get this passed to see how can we compromise after, because it's almost like a feeling of that you're corralled in order to have anything, you know, like productive take place in this city. Like, that's the way that I feel being a new counselor. I mean, come on, like, how much energy into trying to get something great to happen. It's like we've lost the touch and the contact with earth, with natural things, with going outside barefooted and walking in the ground and being that connection. This is something that we can do. Other towns do it, and they don't have to have all of this extra layer. We already know that Holyoke is impoverished and a lot of the people do not have these means. That doesn't mean that they're not equipped to be able to handle chicken coops, to have some chickens, to teach their children agriculture. We can get them off of the screens and to develop more cognitive skills. Come on, we can do this and teach them. Look at this is labor. This is what we feed our hens, and these are the eggs, and they're organic, and we're sharing. And let's share with our neighbor that only has a little bit of rice and they don't have no protein. Let's give them some eggs. We can really do this, but we can't do it with all of this stipulation because it's almost like a way to prevent. It's prohibitive. And I mean, that's all that I have to say. I know that this is my second time and I'm not going to be able to speak up no more, but let's think about it. Let's do something great for once for our community without, having the hammer on them. Thank you.
One point on that, Councilor Hernandez, that might be your second time, but we always suspend the rules to allow people to speak again.
Thank you so much.
That's in our rules. Councilor Bacon, you're up, and then Councilor Lisi. And if I miss someone, Councilor Martinez, you'll go third. Just putting it in order. All right. Because actually, let me just point something out. Someone was raising their hand. I started nodding, trying to nod at them. I saw them. Obviously, that doesn't work. So I didn't want to interrupt anyone. Councilor Bacon.
I can hear somebody talking in the background. Can they be muted?
Mute again, Ryan. Councilor Bacon's up.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to echo a few of the comments that I heard from fellow councilors on the committee. The ordinance that is before us tonight is a compromise. And the discussion that's going on tonight is very similar to the discussion that we had in committee. And I think most of the speakers on the call tonight are aware, but just in case some people aren't, we do have a hen and chicken ordinance in the city, as Councilor McGivern said, in the residential agriculture zone. So there are people who have chickens and hens and roosters under that ordinance. So we do have the opportunity within our community right now for people to collaborate and be educated and work with the folks that were involved in the public hearings relative to this issue. So I think the compromise that is before you is not to deter the ability to do it. And I've seen the community be very creative relative to GoFundMe accounts and the like. If somebody wants to take on an initiative to do something and they need some seed money to start it up. But I think, as I said earlier, this is a zone change. And I'm fully aware that what we're doing right now is amending the zone. But the impact on the property owners that bought their property under the zone as it is now is affected every time a neighbor wants to make the change. So make no mistake, the fact that we're changing the zone doesn't change the issue for the people who bought their property with a current understanding. And that is why, out of fairness, we have to make sure there's an open process for everybody to participate in, to ensure that people are noticed, and that if they wish to weigh in a public forum, it is transparent and available to everyone. And as one of the other counselors spoke, I've heard from people who are adamantly opposed to any expansion of the ordinance. And then I've heard from the many people who don't want any limits, in a sense, to the ordinance relative to their neighbors. So this is truly a compromise. It's a little disappointing to me to see the very committee members that agreed to it to be basically talking like that was just sort of pretend to get it here tonight so we could do it over again. That is a little disappointing to me, but that's politics and it can be messy. But that is my reasoning on it. And we are here to represent all of the people in the city. And I understand there are certain groups with special interests, but I see it in my role to be representing all the concerns. And I will note that as a ward counselor, and I'm sure the other counselors can see my position on this, we get the calls when there's problems in the neighborhoods between neighbors. If we have a special permit process where everything is fully aired, everybody is properly noticed, and people have the opportunity to weigh in, those down the road problems that were discussed in our committee relative, you can go to an appeals board and you can do this and you can do that. Well, the horse is out of the gate by then. The problem is already there, and it's much, much harder to fix it than to have an open, transparent process and do it right in the first place. So if we're going to pass this, I urge the counselors not to amend it. And I hope it can pass as it's before us right now. I don't really know where people are at with it. Thank you.
Councilor Lisi, then Councilor Martinez.
Thanks. Since I'll be speaking for a second time, if you want to go to Councilor LeBron first, that's fine. LeBron Martinez, that's fine.
Councilor Martinez, you want to go?
Yes, I'm just want to say that I have favored this idea from the inception since 2010. I recall when this was proposed, and let me just say that year in 2011, it was when I was sworn in as a city council. Remember going to a national conference where we were known as Holyoke for Punchline on a debate that took on hens in California, and I was kind of like, had to read about it, but it was more as of a joke that we debated this situation when it's a food security. And to me, looking at when you see the involvement of residents within Holyoke on Nuestras Raíces, and there's some things that sometimes makes me trigger if it hits more of those communities or neighborhoods, meaning neighborhoods that were within limited income, that it is more of those how do you say, those barriers that are putting in place with the concerns of the mismanagement of something. At times it makes me feel that way. But let me just explain. As you can see, many of our community gardens in the city of Holyoke, as an example, and any of the most crops raised through Nuestras Raíces are within the most of the people with the lower wards that are really harvesting or keeping up those community gardens. And I also see the benefit of the hens now, being available to be raised within the neighborhoods for those who want to do that. But with all these fees, I think it's also a limitation for some of us. And I gotta say that I personally wouldn't, if I want to, I have the room for it, I could do it, but why, this is like a lot of hoops that I have to jump, okay? Number one, our hearings are never even, and I've asked for this. I filed an order in having some of these things translated at times, even if it's subtitled, for people to be involved. So within certain community groups, okay, are going to be even limited to do something like that. It's very intimidating to come in front of a crowd just to try to get chickens. Imagine, for other things, it's been somewhat humiliating for some people. This is how they've been expressing it to me. So I'm sharing what I've been told. Imagine me going in front of that group, they said, that group, to talk about chickens, okay? And we're making like too much hurdles, too much barriers. I was waiting for everybody to speak because I'm sitting here and I'm the type of person I like to listen and listen and listen and figure out where, how I can come across without putting the reality. The more I think about it, these fees and these additional steps are going to leave some people behind, and it's not. I don't think it's the right move, and I also hate to see it that it's stalled and it's not going to get through, because we're either going to table it or some people are not going to vote on certain things because it's that way or not. But think about, if we are resourceful financially, there's people who are out there who are not. So just my food of my version of my own opinion, but it's also been said to me about that part of Gladys, we've harvested here, we've been here, we've been doing this and that. But if there's a lot of hurdles, I'm not even interested. So I know I share that people to come on to the Zoom and listening to what's going on. This is not normal for everyone. But again, I did get feedbacks, and I want to make that clear that I did get my feedbacks from the community and the neighborhoods, especially farmers. I got it from the farmers, and I got it from people who are hoping that this comes through to fruition. Thank you.
Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. So I just want to say a few things. We actually had a majority in the committee to move forward without the special hearing, but we really wanted to ensure that we could pass something with the full body, and that's why we decided to make the compromise with the special hearing, the special permit and the public hearing. However, that was also under the assumption that that was a $250 cost, and what we learned between then and now is that it is actually a $500 cost at a minimum. So this is really, you're asking to bring neighbors together at the cost of $500. And we know from experience that honestly, the only people that come out to public hearings are those who are deeply in opposition. So you're really putting a $500 price tag on bringing neighbors together when previously the original ordinance had 100-foot of butter notification, certified mail, and that would do the same thing, get the neighbors to notice one another. If there was an objection, then that would be brought to the Board of Health, and it could be mitigated by the Board of Health. It wouldn't be a formal public hearing. I think the formal public hearing has the ability to actually politicize and formalize what are neighbor disputes and raise the tensions, as opposed to an informal process where you could actually work with your neighbors and understand what's going to happen, and not have a very heavy $500 fee attached to it. I'm at the point where I want to just remind folks what the original language is and propose it as an amendment. So there was an application process with the Board of Health, and those permits would have to be renewed annually. The application would be requiring any and all abutters via certified mail. Abutters were defined as 100 feet. So the applicants shall require notification of abutters within 100 feet via regular and certified mail, return receipt, a minimum of 1 week, but no later than 30 days prior to the application. Verification of the mailing shall be required to accompany the application. Then 2, that abutters should have a period of 21 days from the date of notice to provide any comments or concerns to the Board of Health in writing, which shall be taken under advisement in approving or renewing the permit. And then 3, that the applications must be delivered to the Board of Health along with the amount of $20 to cover the administration and inspection. So those are the application provisions that I'd like to propose as amendment to the special permit of the City Council.
Hold on, Councilor Tallman for the first time.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very difficult issue. I didn't get to all the meetings. I know this has been going on for 10 years. Recently, in the last maybe month or two, I've been following them on TV. And it's people are very vocal on this issue. I've gotten several emails. Today, I probably got about 5 or 6 phone calls. A couple of people have, contacted me on the street. To have this it's really difficult to see this go down, not happening. But either way, I think with the amendment, I don't think there's going to be the votes for it. And as is, I think it's going to be difficult to have the 9 votes also for this this hen ordinance. I believe it's too costly. It's I thought it was originally $250, as Council Lisi stated, could be up to $500, which is the people that actually want to do this. I think people that are in possibly neighborhoods that can't afford the $500. I know there's people that could help each other out, neighbors could help each other, but I just find it, you know, too restrictive at this point. I'd love to see this go through, and with the way it is now, I think that's part of politics. It's compromise. Some of the committee thought there should be a couple more items there in the ordinance, couple amendments. They may stated their claims, and we have to go forward with that. I mean, this wouldn't be before us if they didn't bring those amendments up. So I'm in a difficult position. I did hear from everybody. I think it would be better not to have that extra cost for people, but I don't see that happening. Possibly, you know, what happens here after, maybe this might have to go back to see if we can get a better compromise, because I don't see this, whether we keep it the way it is or we make the amendments, I don't see this getting the needed 9 votes to go through. So thank you for that.
Councilor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, I have tried to find a compromise on this thing right throughout. So let me make a couple of points before I get into what I'm going to suggest. But, you know, one of the problems in this country right now is it's either my way or the highway. And I think that's basically what I'm getting on both sides. And I think we need to come that there's potential rationale for both camps, and we need to try to find something that works for both. So let me start off with that and hope that we can stay with the compromise. I had attempted to reduce the cost of the special permit, trying to find a way to do it differently, but we were advised that would probably not be a good thing to do. I mean, one of the things I thought was maybe we just do the certified mail. We don't have to do the newspaper advertisement. There goes a lot of the cost right there. So, and then we still get the neighbor input in terms of the process. And again, I think that's a crucial part of this, because if there are problems, maybe there would not be any problems, and that would be great. But if there are problems, I don't think we want to have problems and then try to go solve them. I think we want to deal with the potential problems up front, get the support of the people that are going to be more impacted than others, get their support, and then we move forward. And then it potentially is a positive for everybody. And people who are opposed, then you know, they have other things they can work with. But again, I'd have no problem if we were to try to find a way to keep the cost down, but I think the special permit through the city council, clearly, with all due respect to Mr. Gonzalez, they do not want to basically go through a pro and con as to what should happen. And I do think that's the way they're looking at it. We are in the position where we need to look at the pros and cons. Maybe we can make suggestions on how to get something done through the public hearing. And let me make one last point. The idea that this has been totally public. I walked and I asked people, what do you think of the hen ordinance? And you'd be surprised how many people have no idea that we are talking about a hen ordinance. And then when I bring it up and they ask me, well, what does that mean? They have concerns. So that tells me that a public special permit, getting people's input, if we keep it as is, would be an important part of bringing this community together. And that's what I'm trying to do, is find a way to get all aspects of this community to work together. And again, I think if we go away from this, and again, if we wanted to send it back and try to find a way to reduce the cost of the special permit to the city council, I would be all in favor of that. Clearly, we've been working on it for 5.5 months. If it took us another month or two to come up with that kind of compromise, I would be okay with that, although we have talked a lot about it. So thank you.
Councilor Leahy and then Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Yeah, well, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Once again, this is my second time for speaking, and I'm just enjoying all the conversation that we're having. But as Councilor Murphy just articulately pointed out, this is either you're with me or against me on both sides, and it's unfortunate because that's not the way that this should be. This should not be happening this way. I'm a proud owner of a dog, a big dog. I'm 4 animals. I'm a first generation American. My father grew up in Ireland on a farm. So am I against hens? No, not at all. But I am concerned about the quality of life of others. I think that we should maybe revisit what we proposed in 2010. Maybe having a trial period for 1 year. Maybe having a limit of 50 licenses. Maybe having a residential area that isn't so close to other homes. Maybe we should focus, as somebody else said, community gardens. You know, we have some beautiful community gardens in this town, and maybe we should focus more on those. We also should have maybe a more detailed compost plan. Hens, they make a lot of manure, and if we don't have a detailed compost plan, it's not going to be good for the homeowner, or certainly not for the neighbors as well. And what we have to do is we have to decide what are the issues going to be affecting the neighbors. Is it sound? Is it noise? Is it dust? Is it the amount of manure? The smell? As I mentioned briefly earlier, we should put into the ordinance, have the hens, have them locked up into their coop at nighttime, then they can be released during the morning as well, because these aren't farm raised. I mean, farm raised hens, they don't have fences. They just walk throughout. So these are backyard hens. It's completely different. I do love the fact that everyone's talking about less government. This is very interesting to me that everyone's talking about less government, which is a good thing. We don't want government impeding. I also think that the fee should be reduced to $50. Why make this financially impossible for certain people? I don't understand that point. I mean, I do understand Sean's point that he has a lot of work to do, and this is probably going to make Sean's work 100 times. And that's why, as I brought up my friend Tim Purrington, he proposed the idea of having the Board of Health Director deputize some people to be inspectors for the hens, for the coops, and report directly to either Sean or the animal control officer. Maybe do it once a month, once a quarter, what have you. But there's certain ways we can all get along and proceed with this. But it shouldn't be one side against the other. You know, there's too much hatred now. That's it. Thank you.
Councilor Anderson.
Mr. President.
Councilor Graney, hold on, Councilor Anderson Burgos. Councilor Graney?
Yes, I haven't had an opportunity to speak tonight. I keep getting muted and unmuted, but you know, I've heard arguments from both sides of the issue. I've watched all of these hearings. I've been involved from the get-go. The majority of calls that I've received on this issue is a dead no, 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 no. I have a few people who called that were in favor of it. I've also heard how disgusting that the food at McDonald's is, you know, and different arguments like that. I've also heard the term racism bandied about. These are all issues that I don't think comes to the heart of the matter. The heart of the matter is the local residents, many local residents don't want this ordinance. There was a compromise that was on the table that was accepted by the ordinance committee and sent to the full committee. That apparently was not good enough. So that means compromise is not good enough. So right now, as it stands, I had considered voting for the motion with the compromise, but definitely now I'm opposed both the ordinance with the compromise and the original ordinance. Thank you very much. And I'm sure I will hear about it throughout the city from the far left people who want to push the agenda. And I'll also hear about it from the moderates, and I'll hear about it from other residents in the city. But that's my decision. And I appreciate the fact that I'm able to speak and speak my mind for the many residents of Holyoke who called me and expressed their vehement opposal to this, their vehement opposition to this proposal. Thank you very much. And I've also considered the calls that I've received from people who are comparing the chickens in the backyard to dogs and canines that some people use to protect their homes in different reasons. I've heard arguments coming from all sides, from every issue, but apparently compromise is not good enough. So at this point in time, my vote is no, absolutely no, no. Thank you.
Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Okay, so I'm going to start in I'm going to take a different direction to what I was going to say. And I want to just clarify something to everybody who's watching, and anyone that knows me, knows who I am. And so when people voted for me, they didn't vote for me because I was a Republican. They didn't vote for me because I was a Democrat. This is bipartisan. Has nothing to do about politics. So for me, there's no room in these squares for politics. This is about the people of the city, the needs for the city, an excessive changing that's happening in the city. As a matter of fact, I had a conversation with a very good friend of mine, no longer lives in the city, but he said, wow, Holyoke is changing. And he's like, he loves the changes. He's thinking about moving back. We actually started talking about chickens because I told him I had a dream about a chicken. So that was funny. And he, during the conversation, when we were talking about the chickens, he said, yeah, this would be good for Holyoke because, it'll bring the Latinos, first of all, back to the roots on how agriculture is a huge part of our identity. And to bring that to Holyoke to share with everyone, that is actually connecting people, and that's a community growing together, coming together. And I want to echo on the people who said, listen, these restrictions are going to make it harder for us. Listen to those people because it's true. These restrictions will make it hard. And another note I want to make is when I bought my house, you know why I bought my house? Because I love this city. And not once did I check, oh, let me check out the zoning. Who does that? When you buy your house, who checks the zoning? I never check zoning. And I'm pretty sure if I reach out to my friends and say, hey, when you bought your house, did you check out the zoning? No, we look at the area and we say, wow, this is a beautiful area. I want to live here. I love how the neighbors did this. Those are the things you look for, is you look at the neighborhood and you say, hey, they got chickens. I like that. I'm going to move there. I think we're overthinking this. I'm going to say it again. We are overthinking something that should not be taking this much time of this body. This is not some scary chicken attacking Holyoke. This is so simple. It's something simple. It's not huge. It really isn't. And like I stated before, if there is a huge problem, we can address it as a community, as neighbors, as people. We can address these things. We're spending valuable time on something so small, but yet extremely important and necessary. Again, this community is changing before our eyes. Are we gonna force it not to change, or to go with the flow and allow this change to occur? Stop bashing one another. Let us grow together. This is how we learn. This is how we live. This is community.
Councilor Lisi, you had a motion. I want to make sure Councilor Tama was able to speak for the first time and then others jumped in. So it's back to you. You said you were having a motion.
Yeah, so I want to motion to amend, so essentially deleting the special permit of the city council with the public hearing requirements and replacing it with the original language, which was a permit from the Board of Health with a 100-foot abutter notification, and the certified mail, the 21-day comment period from neighbors, which, you know, is what we're all trying to achieve here, and then the $20 fee to cover the cost of administration and inspection in the Board of Health. Those 3 provisions.
Second.
So just, can you say it again so I have it? I got to write it. So it was the amendment to remove special permit, Board of Health, yep.
Board of Health permit with a 100-foot abutter notification. Abutters must be notified by certified mail, a minimum of 1 week, but no later than 30 days prior to the application. Abutters shall have a period of 21 days from the date of notice to provide any comments or concerns to the Board of Health in writing, which shall be taken under advisement when approving or renewing the permit. And then complete applications must be delivered to the Board of Health along with $20 fee to cover the cost of administration and inspection.
Okay. So those are on the record. Councilor Bartley?
Yeah, just through the chair to the ordinance chair. Thank you. Could Rebecca, would you just, I got the ordinance in front of me. Can you just, I didn't want to interrupt you when you're speaking. So so I wonder if you could just tell me what sections you were in, just so I could mark it in my, is that possible?
Sure. So it would be in the ordinance section 14-2, wild animals, livestock animals, and then going down to point 2 for hens. It says definitions and then application. So we would be deleting the special permit of the city council with 300-foot abutter notification and public hearing, and replacing that with a permit of the Board of Health. And then the points that I just made.
Okay. I'm okay. So you're in the, are you in the definition section, Rebecca?
Below definitions, it's application B.
So it'd be, Councilor Bartley, it'd be page 2 of the document, section 2, hens.
Oh, thank you.
2A is definition, 2B is special permit process.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And that was seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Show of hands.
Show of hands, please. Actually, instead of me trying to count, because there's other people still on the screen from the public comment, and I'm going to miss people. I'd like a roll call and make it easier for me to do that.
Sure.
The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the amendment as read to section 2B.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
No.
Graney?
No.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Leahy?
No.
LeBron Martinez?
Yes.
Lisi?
Yes.
McGee?
No.
McGivern?
No.
Murphy?
No.
Sullivan?
No.
Tallman?
Yes.
Bacon?
No.
5 yeas. And 5 yeas, 8 nays.
I'd like to make a motion that we, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So with the vote, the amendment did not pass. Councilor Murphy?
I'd like to make a motion that we send it back to the ordinance committee with the goal of trying to reduce the expense of the special permit with the city council.
Well, if I may just ask a question, and this is to the committee or to the chair. The current reading for section 2 is a 300-foot notice, correct?
So to be really clear, it's a special permit of the city council, which automatically triggers a public hearing. And in that, it's also automatically triggered a 300-foot abutter notification. So it's really, if we're going the route of special permit of the city council, it would be unusual to have a single special permit of the city council that has different noticing requirements and therefore cost than every other special permit of the city council in the city.
So can that 300-foot be amended to be 100 feet at any chance, or no? Or would they have to redo that as a
That's one of the reasons I'd like to send it back to committee so we can.
I was just asking that question.
You want a motion of legal speak, Todd?
Yeah,
well,
that'd be great.
Legal mentioned it. Legal mentioned it at our meeting. Like, we could do it, but I think the point that she made, that our legal counsel made, was that it would be unusual and therefore create complications if we were going to single out one particular special permit of the city council that had different noticing requirements, because really the special permit and the public hearing requirements are MGL, and we could amend them to make them particular to our ordinances in the city, but it would be unusual. I think it creates undue burdens on the clerk's office to have to differentiate which permit we're looking at all of a sudden, and then figure out the abutter notification from there.
Okay, thank you. The reason I bring it up is because I kept hearing the 100-foot buffer for Board of Health, and I didn't know if that was the sticking point in the sense of 100 versus 300 to help lower the cost. And if you could just amend it to do that. And
to be really clear, the cost, while yes, of course, noticing 100 neighbors rather than 300 neighbors is going to be cheaper, the bulk of the cost is fixed. Special permit costs $100. Noticing in the newspaper for 2 weeks for a public hearing is going to cost roughly $200, $250 fixed. And then having to record the permit is fixed, $100. We don't have any ability to modify those big pieces. 100 or 300 feet, a butter notification is not going to make or break the overall cost. It's the fixed cost embedded in the special permit process with public hearing and all the notification requirements that are required by MGL.
Okay, Councilor Bartley, I see your hand up.
Well, I just want, just following up on what I said, I just want to go in order. I heard what the chair said, Mr. President, and I have no doubt she's right, but I thought we could maybe hear from the law department just to underline what the chair just said, and so I'll make that motion that we suspend and allow the law department to speak on that point, which is specific to amending special permits.
Motion is to suspend the rules or allow Crystal to speak. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Crystal, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hey, how are you?
Good. So, I mean, as the chair said, it's much easier and more cohesive to, and we've talked about this on other ordinances as well, to basically reference MGL or reference an ordinance. So that way, when we change one spot, we change everything. So when it comes to special permits, we have a designation in our ordinances which stipulates, how much they cost and the process, and it refers to MGL. And that way, if we ever want to change what it costs for our special permits, we change it in one spot and all of our permits change. So while we could, create this very specific ordinance, when you start talking about it as a special permit of a special permit granting authority, you also run into MGL, which has its own stipulations as far as the process. So that special permit fee is not simply, an arbitrary fee. You're talking about the process of everybody pulling together to look at the permit, to do all the administrative tasks that come along with it. You're not just talking about, just revenue for the city. It's basically taking into account everybody's time and effort into putting these things together, because talking about all different departments, this is going to go to the Board of Health to look at it. There's inspections that happen, et cetera. So that fee, when you start bringing it into the special permit process, is there for a purpose. So while we could change the fee, the rest of the process is still going to be in place. They're still going to have to advertise. The buffer or the abutter situation is still there. things of that nature, which is why, you know, if you're talking special permit, I think we should try and keep it cohesive right along with the rest of the ones that we do in the city council. And if you want to start tweaking it, I think you're looking at more of an application process, which is sort of where this started.
Councilor Bartley? Is that,
Just on the, can I ask a law department question, Mr. President?
Sure.
Okay, Crystal, and I'll be brief. Crystal, just on amending a special permit, can we at the City of Holyoke kind of waive the part about giving 300-foot notice to abutters? In other words, can we at City Council change our special permit to make it a shorter distance? I've heard 100 feet mentioned a couple of times. That's question one. And question two is, can we, and I would love to have you say yes to this because it'd be fantastic. Can we at City Council amend our particular special permits to no longer mandate applicants put legal notices in the newspaper and blow money on a legal notice that I'll tell you, nobody, not even lawyers read it. So can those two things be waived at the local level?
So as to the abutter notification, there's nothing that speaks to abutters in the special permit law. But as far as publication, that is pretty standard. It's part of the public hearing process that you would be going through.
So the answer is to part A, but perhaps we could shrink it down to 100 feet, and for part B, put in the legal ad in the paper. There's no way around that. Is that what I heard you say?
Right.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Crystal.
And I'll just finish. The reason I bring that up is, you know, I got the calls and emails just like everyone else, and everyone that spoke tonight. Thank you for the way we spoke and handled this issue. You know, this came up in 2010, as we all said. 10 years ago, we said no outright. Now, 10 years fast forward, it's on the table, and I don't see everyone saying no anymore. We're trying to figure out how to do it in a fashion that makes sure we can do it fair for everyone, for those who want the chickens, as well as those who are going to live next to it and may not know about it until after. And that's why we're trying to come up with a solution to that. And I agree, the cost shouldn't be overburdening to do that. And that's why I asked about the 100-foot buffer. Councilor Bartley asked a really good question about the advertising, because it is true. I don't know the last time I've seen advertising for that stuff. It is a waste of money. So we're trying to get to that end all, which is to allow for this to occur, because some of the stuff that I watched when I was watching on TV and then ultimately in final draft form is, you know, no rooster, you got to have the coop away from the property line. So everything was spelled out in great detail, which showed that we're almost there to make this happen. And all the arguments about why you should do it in the education are all sound. And I'd hate to see it all go by the wayside like 2010, because we just couldn't, you know, just come up with something now. And one of the things that was reoccurring over and over is, you know, adults have to act like adults. And if they don't, then we'll have to come back and try and deal with it. I think what the committee ultimately came out was, if an issue does come up, something's in place to deal with it, we can always amend it to be less restrictive going forward if everything just starts to go in order like we think it will. We had an issue in Ward 7, and it didn't go well for the surrounding neighbors, and we had to go to court over it. So I go back to what happened when adults weren't being adults, and we had to go through all this process, and that's not fair to abutters. It's not fair to anybody. We're at the very end here to help bring this across, to give people what they want, which is hens in the backyard, up to limitations and everything else. Not everyone's saying no to that. Let's not waste that and try and come up with like we've been talking about, a compromise to make this work for the whole community. And I think that's what we want. That's why I'm trying to come up with different costs to make it cheaper. It appears that we could lessen the 100-foot. I understand we'd have to, you know, as the way Crystal said it, but I think it can be achieved, and I would like it achieved. It's just, you know, once again, there are people out there that aren't going to be good neighbors. And what this council is trying to do is make sure that there is some protection to those neighbors who aren't being treated fairly. That's all. I think that's all they're really trying to do. They're not trying to be overburdensome government, because trust me, we have enough going on in all our committees. And I agree by the work that I see the committee's doing. So I'll turn it over to Councilor Murphy.
Yeah,
Mr.
thank you.
President, if I could, before we get too far.
Yeah, Crystal, sorry. Yes.
Go to Crystal.
Before we get too far, I stand corrected. Under special permit rules, it doesn't speak to abutters, but under section 11 of 40A, it does. So once we get into the public hearing for special permit, it is a 300-foot buffer.
So it has to be. You can't reduce that.
No. So we
Okay.
can't. We can be more strict, but we can't be more broad when it comes to MGL. So if we wanted to say, you know, a 500-foot buffer, we could do that, but we can't minimize it to 100.
Okay. Thank you, Crystal. As always, thank you.
Hey,
Councilor Murphy.
Just a point of information. For those who are watching at home, I just received a text. Mass General Laws, MGA. People are just texting me asking me what that meant.
MGL, yes, Mass General Law. Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, so again, long term, I think we need time to really try to figure out a way to lower the costs. If that seems to be the issue. My other question would be, is there any local option in that Mass General Law where we could get a local option, not in this particular case to have to go, or in many other cases maybe, to go to 2 newspaper advertisements or announcements, maybe we go only 1? Is there any ability for our legislators to create a local option?
Is that for Crystal? Crystal. Sorry.
I mean, but that's going to change all of your special permit process. Don't forget. There's no requirement for 2 newspapers. It's the 2-week publication. Is that what you're referencing?
Yeah. But that's what we're talking about, $250, correct?
Right, because you're going to have to publish 2 successive weeks prior to the public hearing. So, I mean, your option would be to not make it a special permit, is really where you're going to have more wiggle room to do as you wish. But once you get into a special permit, you get into the laws of special permits and public hearings. So that's kind of where your option is. But I mean, the legislators could always try and change those laws, but you're going to change it across the board. So every time, you know, you try and do it for a specific problem, you know, you also run the risk of now you're changing it for everything.
But if I can, when we're doing a zone change or a special permit or any of those kind of things, if we are in fact communicating directly with all of the parties that are going to be impacted, it would seem like that would be a much more beneficial contact, and obviously a cheaper contact than the other things. So I'd be interested to see what our legislators think in terms of potentially getting a local option where we could do something out of that. And again, I think that seems right now one of the things that I keep hearing is the cost factor of a special permit. So if we can find a way to do that, I think we end up in a situation where the financial aspect is not as intense to stop someone from applying. But again, I will also say that whatever we do in terms of special permit, anyone would be wise to talk to those people that are going to have some kind of impact on the decision. So, but again, I'm trying to figure out a way to lower the cost, just as you are, Mr. President, and I'm not sure we can do that with the information we have today.
Mr. President?
Councilor, well, hold on. Councilor McGivern had a question. Who has a question for legal? That is, because that's what's open right now.
Oh. Go ahead.
Councilor McGivern, do you have a question for
Yes, I do, Mr. President. Crystal, you just said something interesting about not being a special permit. Is there a reason why the Board of Health can issue a special permit without having a public hearing?
Because it wouldn't be a permit. They would just be taking in an application and they would just be doing inspections. So similar to...
This is a special permit to our zoning ordinance, no matter how you look at it. That's what we're doing here tonight. We're rewriting a zoning ordinance, which is a special permit is an exception to the ordinance. It's okay in this zone only by special permit.
Well,
So
you could
does
create
the
it
Board of
as,
Health not have to have a public hearing?
you could, so they would have their own hearing,
they're
or they
not.
could, but the department could have it rather than, you know, an entire public board, and you could create it as a license rather than a special permit.
That's not what we're doing here tonight. It's not a license.
I understand. I'm just
Special
giving you
permit.
options.
It's zoning. So Mr. President, we spent 2 hours on this and 5 months in committee.
Yes.
And we're spinning our wheels right now.
Yes.
So any other questions for Chris? I think Councilor Bartley had one before we move forward. Councilor
Mr.
Bartley?
President,
Yeah, hold on, Councilor Graney. Councilor Bartley has the floor.
Crystal, just on this regard about the funds, because I got to say, this has been a great discussion, even though I know it's lengthy, but I appreciate everybody's input. I really have. Can we, at City Council, as to what my friend Councilor Murphy said, can we petition for the legislature for a home rule petition to shrink down these fees? Because I would love to ask for a home rule petition for the legislature to waive every one of those newspaper fees. If we could do that, if you thought that it was be at all feasible, then tell me how to file the order and I'll do it. But if you don't think it's feasible, you say, yeah, Bartley, that's not a play, then or is that something you want to think about?
So for a public hearing, let me just pull it really quick. We generally publish in the Republican, but it's in a newspaper of general circulation in the city or town. So you're also talking about the Holyoke Sun. You know, and I don't want to take revenue away from the Republican, but that's the newspaper that we have. And your fees for the special permit is something that City Council sets. So the $100 fee is in your ordinances.
Right. I heard you on the fee. I'm just talking about simply waiving the requirement to publish in a newspaper. So, for example, I mean, I can't quantify how many people read those legal ads, but I'm going to guess it's not a lot. And then, but compared to reading the city's website, if we could, in lieu of publishing in a newspaper, why can't we file a home rule petition to say Holyoke doesn't have, applicants don't have to file a newspaper anymore and waste some money. They can just do it for free on the Holyoke City website. You'd probably get a bigger bang for readership anyhow. So that's what I want. I want you to. I mean, I put you on the spot with this ridiculous question, but I would like you to consider it at some point.
I just don't know if information. This doesn't have anything to do with the matter in front of us.
Yes.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. It does.
Jim, Jim, it does. It has to do with the fees. So I'm sorry I'm boring you, but I really, this has to do with the fees.
I don't know if home rule petition would work because I think we would be preempting state law. So I think it would really have to be a change in that law. But it's something that I could bring up with the legislators and see what they thought our best point of action would be. If that's something.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Jim.
Okay. So with that, Councilor Graney, you were saying something?
No, I just have a question through the chair, which some constituents have asked me, would this HIN ordinance, how would it affect the property value of individuals who opted not to have a coop in their yard as opposed to a property that has the coop in their yard or the surrounding properties? Would there be no change in the property value? Would there be an increase in the property value? Would there be a decrease in the property value? This is an issue that, you know, people want to know, and I have no idea what the answer to that would be or where we would find that answer. Maybe the assessor's office or surrounding communities, how it has affected the property values. I think this is an interesting question that needs to be answered. And I don't know where we would get that information or how we would get that information, but everybody deems their property to be their most important investment of their life. And I'm sure they would like to know how their property value would be affected one way or the other, if at all. That's all. Thank you.
I have that information and can circulate that to counselors.
Please email that, and we can also get a copy over to Councilor Graney. So with that, we're back to the original order. Is there a motion for this?
The motion on the floor, I believe, was to send back to committee, but made by Councilor Murphy.
And was that seconded? I didn't hear. So it was seconded? Okay, so motion is to refer back to committee. All those in favor?
Mr. President.
Hold on, Councilor McGivern, question?
Just a quick question, procedure. I noticed that the public hearing was for a zoning text change. Is there a time limit on doing it?
Crystal?
All statutory timelines have been told due to COVID anyhow, so we're good.
They have, but we're coming up on, there is a limit coming up on that. They've removed some of it, and I don't know off the top of my head what that date is. And I don't recall the timeline on the final vote. I don't have my cheat sheets. 90 days after the city council hearing.
After the last hearing?
The close of the public hearing.
It's the close, I believe. So it's 21 days after the close that you have the ability to get a recommendation. That's all set, but it's if the city council fails to vote to adopt any proposed ordinances within 90 days after the city council hearing. So it's generally after a close. It gives us time to discuss.
So did we not close this in October?
I don't know when the date of the close was.
I thought it was October.
I think it was actually when I was away in September.
We would have to renotice if we hit our 90-day mark.
I didn't think.
Should we just lay it on the table until next meeting to make sure? Would that be more? No.
I don't think that we're in jeopardy of 90 days. Even if it was September, I don't think we're in jeopardy of 90 days.
Oh, in the middle of November already.
What would the will of the body be? To send back to the committee, or would you like to table it for next meeting?
No one's going to want to talk about it again unless we actually have some solutions, and that can only happen in ordinance. So. Okay, so the motion was second to send it back to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Great, back to committee. Back to communications is from Crystal Barnes, citizens petition under Charter Section 8.
A motion receive and copy to Charter and Rules.
Motion is to receive and send to Charter and Rules. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 2 is from the Park
Motion
and
to
Rec.
receive.
Motion is to receive. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to suspend, take 3, 4, 5, and 6, send them to DGR, please.
Second.
Motion is to take up 3, 4, 5, and 6, you said?
Yes, sir.
So all of them, suspend the rules, take up as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So 3, 4, 5, and 6, receive and refer to DGNR. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Make sure I catch up on the paperwork here. Give me 1
Motion
second.
to suspend the president's report.
That is absolutely so mean. I'll follow the rules now. Hey, just quickly, I swear I'll be quick. The new city admin is on board. Jeffrey Anderson Burgos is here. Welcome. I think we're trying to get him the laptop. I know he just got his email. He sat with personnel, and Ryan has been sitting with him for a few days now, trying to help him out, and he's going around to the clerk's office. We're trying to get him over to legal and stuff, and he's well on his way of working. So welcome, Jeffrey. Welcome to the team.
Welcome.
Also to Ryan, thank you very much for staying along and helping out. We truly appreciate you during this transition. And then 2 committee members, chairs. I know we're on COVID, and if you have the book at home, the jacket, when we're trying to get them to tonight's meeting, we're scrambling around trying to find them. If you're done with the meeting, we got to come up with a better process to get them because I didn't have anything for tonight's meeting. We were scrambling to get them. So just a heads up on that. I know we kind of forget about that stuff. And then finally, to everyone, because I won't see you until then, happy Thanksgiving for everyone who's online.
And Councilor McGee.
Yep. Councilor.
Tomorrow night we have a public service meeting, and we have some good appointments coming in front of us tomorrow night.
Well, I'll be there for that, Councilor. I'm just saying for the other people, I won't.
I'm just saying for the people at home.
All right, anyone else? Any other announcements? Hearing none. Off to ordinance. 7A, Committee on Ordinances referred in order that no parking on easterly side of Main Street from H.E. Pole 95 to the point 60 furthest north, no parking between signs. Recommend that the order be adopted.
Motion to receive the committee report and adopt. So, sorry, motion to pass the first reading.
The motion is to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion.
This was filed by Councilor Murphy, and so I'll just turn it over to him for the explanation of what's going on here.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. It's just a request from Cody Business down on Main Street, trying to get out of their parking lot without this no parking situation. They're going out there basically taking a gamble that they're not going to get hit. This improves the vision of cars going northerly by about 15 feet. And it takes about one more parking spot away. It looks like we're still going to be okay with parking. It'll be tight, but we'll be okay. But this will make it much safer. And I want to thank our city engineer who came down as soon as I brought it up, and we went through it, and he seems to think this will at least make it somewhat safer.
All right, it's motion. If there's no other hands, motion was to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All
Motion to pass the
opposed?
second reading.
Mr. President,
Oh, Councilor McGivern, sorry.
do we have a hard copy of the ordinance from the law department?
Yeah, I have the notice here. Section 1, Section 86-321, entitled Schedule I Parking, Article 9, entitled Schedules, Chapter 86, entitled Traffic and Vehicles.
I
And
trust you,
that
Mr.
spells it out.
President. It's just we didn't get copies, which we're supposed to get.
Okay, I'll send it.
That's okay.
I do
Future
have it.
reference.
I do have it, I promise. All right, so there was a nice Councilor Bacon. I see your hand up. Councilor Leahy, or is that
Well,
from
that's the
before?
leftover, thanks.
Okay. Councilor Sullivan?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. All right, so that was the first reading. Motion is to pass the second reading, did I hear?
I did, yes.
All right.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion that the passage be enrolled.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for this ordinance.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez, Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas.
With your vote, you're approved. 7A. 7B, Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that the City of Holyoke install a four-way stop sign at Michigan and Erie Aves. Speeding on Michigan is a major problem. Recommended it's been complied with.
Thank you. The actual, so I'm going to motion to make an amendment that is say recommended that the, we accepted the engineer's report to deny. So that was the outcome there.
Oh, okay, so 7B is recommended that the order be denied.
Mhm.
Under discussion.
Thanks. This was a request for a four-way stop at Michigan and Erie Aves. It was filed by Councilor Bartley, who may want to add more. But essentially, what our DPW superintendent said is that there are special requirements required in the warrant analysis for where four-way stops can be placed throughout the state. and it does not meet those sort of, warrant analysis requirements. And the big sort of takeaway there is that four-way stops are not supposed to be used to as speed. They shouldn't be dealing with speed regulation, but really traffic regulation. And so just the amount of traffic that's going north and south and then east and west in this area is not meeting the conditions that the state DOT lays out.
Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, thank the chair and the committee. Had a great discussion on this order and the following order too. And there's one we got tabled in order. So that they were, I thought it was a really great meeting and everybody pitched in. Yeah, in this case, yeah, there are federal standards that really come into play. You wouldn't think that would be the case, but it is a case even at the most local level. And this is me following through on constituents' requests because they really are concerned. And I know there's at least one city councilor that lives in that neighborhood, and that city councilor can certainly speak to it. I'm positive. And that city councilor has always participated in the meeting, and it was incredibly helpful. And then, but the one part that we added that was the DPW superintendent suggested that area is right for speed humps and temporary speed humps. So the motion was actually the order was actually amended on the floor in ordinance, and so we made a referral to DPW to put in the temporary speed humps in that area come the spring. So we're going to calendar that, Mr. President, and I'll work with the brand new administrative assistant on that as well. He's on the mic. Is he here on the meeting?
He's on.
Yep.
Okay. How come he doesn't? How come he's on a camera? Does he?
He
Okay.
may be on the second page for you.
I didn't think it would be appropriate. I can put myself on camera if you like me to.
I don't think it's inappropriate, but that's me. But you do what you have to do. Okay. And then
there's a cat like the parrot.
And then the other one, Mr. President, is that we not only we're going to put temporary speed humps in there. There he is. Hi, Jeff. And then the neighbors that are really proximate to that intersection, the ones that really feel the burden of it, have already told me that they've received the clerk's petition, and they've already got 90% of the residents, property owners on Michigan Avenue. I mess up. That's not a short street. So they've already got 90% of the residents that have signed it. So we're going to hopefully get that petition before us at the first meeting in December, and then we'll start the process to get permanent speed humps in there. So I just want to give an update on that, and that's all. Thank you.
All right. So Councilor Bartley, just to confirm, so this one was for the four-way stop sign. I know the other stuff is now in the works, but this is to be denied. You're all right with that? That's good.
Well, yeah, those are standards. I mean, we really can't. You know, Mr. President, can I speak?
Sure.
Because we as City Council could fight that, because we're the ones that make the laws, right? But you know, if we go against the standards of the DPW superintendent and federal regulations, we're really putting the city in jeopardy. So that's, you know, legally from a liability standpoint. So we really, you know, so no, am I all right with it? No, I'm not all right with it, but it's the way the standards roll sometimes. And hey, you gotta take your medicine. Thank you.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, I thought I heard Mr. McManus, because of the fact that Holyoke Community College has not been operational, that they were going to do an additional traffic study once HEC was back with regard to stop signs as well. I thought that's what he said.
Councilor Bartley, do you remember that? Or?
Through the chair to Councilor Murphy, that's a true statement. But what he also added was it was his opinion, because there was some, I don't have my ordinance notes in front of me, but it was a really high bar in the, you know, the hourly rate is
crazy.
Really crazy. And so even with the students and you know, cutting through there, and it's his opinion that it wouldn't be possible. But yes, Councilor Murphy's correct. They will, once we're out of the COVID deal and the students are back up and running, which who knows when that'll be, he'll do another test. But Councilor Murphy's right.
Councilor McGivern.
I think I'm the city councilor that travels the street daily, and I'm not too sure if Councilor Bartley was referencing my help or not, but I just
Your help, yes.
I appreciate my Ward 3 councilor bringing
I
this
appreciate
to,
you.
everyone's attention. You know, it's as much as four-way stop signs could help the problem, four-way stop signs are a liability in themselves. And I think the city engineer is correct in suggested to look into the speed humps in terms of traffic. The biggest problem at the intersection is what we call the cut-through traffic. I attribute a lot of it to the students at community college, and of course our former community college vice president, was your title, Mr. Murphy? You know, pointed out that the college isn't even in session now, and there's still cut-through coming through that street. It's not the neighbors that are traveling there the problem, it's the cut-throughs. And anything we can do to deter that, I think, will help the neighborhood out.
All right, Councilor Leahy? Or is that from a prior? Your hands up? You're all set? Okay. All right, so with that, 7B, motion is to recommend that be denied. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 7C, Committee on Ordinance was referred, in order that DPW install a crosswalk in front of Blessed Sacrament Church or School located at 21 Westfield. This is per the request of the school administration brought to its attention by MSP and HPD. Recommended that be adopted.
Motion to receive and adopt.
Motion is receive and adopt. Under discussion, Councilor Lisi.
This was also filed by Councilor Bartley, so if he wants to add, I'll turn it over to him in just a moment, but this is actually a really interesting solution that I think we came up with under the advisement of our city engineer. It would be a mid-block crosswalk, and they're typically sort of difficult to place and navigate, but I think they found an appropriate location, which would be on the Westfield Road side of on the Westfield Road side of Blessed Sacrament, and it would be after the second driveway. And given that we're already sort of in the winter months and the construction season is over, what we're going to start out with is the paintings, signage, and a mid-block sign that the school will actually monitor. In the spring, we'll actually add the curb ramps and potentially some lighting for additional protections, because again, the mid-block crosswalks are difficult for drivers to see or anticipate, and so we want to have as much protection as there as possible, especially given that it's servicing a large number of students who are going to the school there. So we're going to be moving forward to the extent that we can at this moment, and then in the spring we'll be adding the curb ramps and the lighting.
Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, I think the chair really summed it up perfectly. I think that this is just a constituent request from the principal and the pastor and some of the teachers that contacted me. So we're very happy that we're going to get that installed. If I may, Mr. President, just where there's a similar crosswalk to go across Northampton Street at Metcalf School as well, across Metcalf to Washington Avenue, and we're hopeful that they'll both be installed before we get any snow. But this is going to, and again, it was a great discussion. The ordinance committee was, and everybody there was just really helpful, and I appreciate that. So we'll see how it goes, and hopefully it'll be an asset for the kids. Thank you.
All right, so motion is to receive and adopt. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Off to Finance Committee. 8A is Committee on Finance was referred to collective bargain agreement between the Board of Public Works and the City of Holyoke, Mass. And the UPSEU Local 424. Recommended to receive. Yep.
We suspend the rules to take up 8A, 8B, 8D, and 8F as a package for discussion.
Second.
Motion to suspend the rules, take up A, B, D, and F All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? I read A. B is the Committee on Finance to refer to request of $9,650 from refuge recycling shut off program to, and they're gonna all those payouts to those different line items. D is a request of $2,689 as falls from recycling coordinator, building maintenance supervisor, building overtime, and so on, to then be applied to the other areas. And then F is a transfer of $2,907 from the various line items then to be allocated to the others. So with that, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a good attendance at the Finance Committee meeting, so I'll do this as quickly as possible. This is the contract negotiated by the city. Only the mayor can negotiate a contract in his designees, which is typically the law department. And it's with the DPW supervisors, local 424.
424, yeah.
The union present was their spokesperson, Matt Morse. Also present was a member, Mike Gallagher, who also was a former laborer spokesperson for the DPW laborers contract. He is now a foreman. And also from the union itself, Roger Stolen, I believe was his last name. We had Crystal representing the law department. This, I believe, is the last contract that was negotiated by an attorney who is no longer with the law department. But Crystal gave us a great summary and is very much in tune with the contract itself. We also had our auditor to talk about the transfers, along with Mike McManus, the department head, both for the transfers also, because there is no free cash as we know at this time, and the money to. Our job is to pass. If we pass the appropriations and agree with them, it will solidify the contract itself. We cannot negotiate the contract, but we get the last shot at it. If we agree with it, then we can absolutely go along with the transfers. Real quickly, some of the concessions in the contract Crystal brought to our attention are pretty interesting. One, they're adding GPS to all the vehicles, GPS that can be monitored by management. A change in vacation time amended that they can use when City Hall or other departments are closed. They would not be using vacation time if that's what they were already put in for. Also, the base on the vacation days, 250 to 350 in department. And there's also something that we didn't get into, but I referred to the law department about this, but they're putting some type of restricted parking out in the street as part of the contract for the members. I don't think Mass General Law allows us to do that, but Mass General Law would supersede that part of the contract. But more important for this evening's purposes, the money. The total of the contract is mostly at the moment retroactive pay, but it goes like this. It's a 1.5% salary increase for fiscal 20, which would be retroactive. That will cost $10,823. For the current year with retro, beginning 7/1, the cost is $12,245, and the future projected costs are $27,468 when you get into fiscal year 22. It is a 3-year contract. The Finance Committee felt it was a well-negotiated contract with concessions, which is the way a good contract negotiation should go. Concessions for the city and some much-deserved and needed salary increases for the union members themselves. This union, I believe, if I heard it correctly, is about 10 people, but they're all incredibly hard workers and do a fantastic job. Some of the other financial impacts were minor, but they're just to point out, there's a couple of classification changes in the principal clerk from G10 to G13, and PS24 was added for the first time to, I think, the senior clerk. I'm not 100% sure about that. And longevity pay changed by $100. The transfers, Mike McManus and Tanya was with us. Mike pointed out that there are three separate transfers going into the various line items to pay for the contract. The first two items are from the recycling coordinator. That's been filled, but it was unfilled for a period of time. Any money that's being transferred tonight will not be needed to get us through the rest of the fiscal year. On the third transfer, there's some from both from the that same line item, but also a $8,550 from the shut-off program. That you will find in the wastewater treatment plant itself portion of the budget, and that is the part of the salary that pays one of the employees that works closely with not just the shut-off program, but with the wastewater treatment plant contract itself. As we know, those fees, those monies are generated through user fees, and it's just a transfer into the budget to pay for that. Be glad to answer any questions, but the committee does recommend we adopt the transfers, which would essentially solidify the contract itself.
Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. It was an excellent meeting. We had a fantastic meeting. I truly believe that the Department of Public Works employees are unsung heroes of our community. They're extremely hardworking. I just had a question, if I could, through the chair to Crystal. Crystal, every year or so, the mayor lets the employees on Friday of Thanksgiving, and generally if Christmas falls on a Thursday, he closes City Hall. I was told that other departments now get paid time and a half for those days. Is that correct?
I don't have that information readily available. I imagine it would be part of their contracts. But I would have to look individually. I don't know off the top of my head.
So it'd be part of their contract. So say if City Hall was closed and they still had to work, it would go with the time and a half. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I don't know if that's true or which ones or who it applies to. I don't have that information with me.
Okay. Yeah, if you could just look into that, because that seems to add a huge cost to the city of Holyoke. And my second thing is just, I won't go into much more detail than Joe did. These guys, as I said, they're unsung heroes of the community. They deserve every penny they get. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion. So 8A is motion is that just be received, Councilor McGivern?
And keep in the archives of the Finance Committee.
And keep in the archives of the Finance Committee. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So B, D, and F are still as a package. Motion be receive, adopt, pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion is to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for all three, B, D, and F.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you voted those three. 8C, Committee on Finance has referred a financial transfer of $3,656 from professional audit to vacation buyback.
Take a motion to receive, pass the first reading to go
Motion
for
to
adoption.
receive, adopt, pass the first reading or discussion.
Mr. President, we had our city auditor came in before us to explain this. It's her department. It was her request. The purpose of the buyback is related to a department head with good reason can allow for an increase in buyback of vacation time. And this is, I believe, if I'm going to phrase it correctly, but related to the COVID emergency and the inability of people who cannot use their vacation time when they're not fully scheduled, but are in hybrid or skeleton crew situations. She did note that the money is surplus within that account because that a professional account audit and that it is usable, will not need to be replaced for the rest of the year. And as both as department head and as auditor, she's in favor of this. Committee recommends to adopt.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye. Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 18C.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley, Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you're approved 18C. 18E, the Committee on Finance was referred in order that the City Council request the Mayor, the Blighted Property Committee, and HRA move forward on the demolition of the remaining part of the Armory building with the report that to shore up the building, it would cost approximately $625.
Mr. President.
Yep, Councilor
I'm
McGivern.
sorry, but this is an error on reporting out of committee.
Okay.
It was checked and it stayed in committee.
All right, so 18E is still in committee.
No, I don't think that one stayed out of, that one came out of committee with 4-1.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check the notes.
It's the other one, it's the other demolition one that stayed in committee.
All right, so 18E on the back, 11/9/2020, approved communication to the mayor, HRA, Blighted Property Committee. That's what it is written.
And I know if I don't want to interrupt, but
yeah, go ahead, Councilor Murphy.
and I don't want to, you know, my colleague, Councilor McGivern, I don't want to. I know I got a phone call and I thought I talked to you about the right one, but maybe I didn't. This one was the one that came out 4-1 out of committee. The other one, which was related to demolishing 10 properties, we kept in committee with the idea of having the mayor and the treasurer come in and talk about the potential for bonding. But I'm pretty sure. I know I wrote down that this passed 4-1. The other committee members, again, I apologize if I made a mistake with that, Joe, but
no,
I'm pretty sure.
You know, this is one of the issues with Zoom and COVID and emergencies. I get why we're doing it, but I haven't seen a hard copy of anything, Mr. President, I haven't seen a jacket since March. So it's sometimes, you know, things, you know, we weren't, I wasn't sure because we had a lot of discussion, as you know. One time we didn't combine these, even though the discussions were similar. So I can make a report, Mr. President, and I'll just defer to, well, we have a, you know, recorded, we don't have the minutes yet. We have a recorded tape of the meeting, so we can always defer to that. But if everybody would like, I'll be happy to make a quick report. Because I'm the one, so I won't make the whole report.
Yeah, so it says, have considered the same and recommended that the order be adopted with a communication to the mayor, Blighted Property Group, and HRA.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I remember it also, Joe.
Yeah.
That's fine. That was the discussion. I have no problem with that. All right, so the motion, if I could, Mr. President, the motion is to adopt. And if I'll quickly summarize it and turn it over to the maker of the order. We had a long discussion about this in committee. We did not combine it with the second order that was looking for the entire list of blighted properties that are on what we call the demolition blighted property list itself. That was more related to Councilor Murphy's request to bond. He separated this out. The committee discussed it separately, and then we had discussion on the second one, which we tabled for reasons that we won't discuss tonight because of the open meeting law. So the Armory is the same discussion we've had at least twice now, once in committee, once on the floor of the full city council. I think we're all familiar with the Armory. It's an historic building within the city of Holyoke. It's right across from the senior center. The Armory was a two-part building. The second part being was a gym. Underneath was a parking facility with a number of things that was actually used by the National Guard in terms of their maneuvers and when they were occupying the building itself. The roof of that part, unfortunately, after the Army was given up by the state, the roof of that part of the building let go, and then I think even before the city took over, the roof of the property gave in, and that part of the building collapsed. The building was shored up. We had our building commissioner before us. He says the outside of the building is safe. It's a dilapidated building. There are issues on the inside of the building, but at the moment it's shored up enough to where it can be, for a period of time, could be saved. We had our fire chief came in who had a different opinion in terms of safety, thinking more from the inside of the building, which has got problems because of water leakage and from what happened with the roof over this part of the building itself. This part of the building is directly on the corner of Pine and Sargent Street. It looks like a castle, so to speak, made of brick. Again, it is historic, and we know we've had RFPs out to see if we get someone to come in and possibly develop it. It is got some potential, in my opinion, but the committee disagreed with that. So I'll stop here before I make this a minority report and allow Councilor Murphy to make a majority report.
Councilor Murphy.
Well, I'm not in the majority because I'm not on the committee, but since I filed the order, I'll make a report. So I appreciate the chair taking it up, and I did ask him to take this also with the other demolition, and there's another order coming up that he took up, and I appreciate the time because it was important. I filed this after getting a report or a document talking about the armory, and that in order to have a potential of having somebody come and do things, and there were 3 recommendations. There was projected by professional assigned by the HRA, I believe, to come in and estimated $625,000 to shore up the building in the hope that maybe something else could happen. And then at the meeting, Councilor Sullivan brought up the fact that that does not include fixing the roof, which he also estimated would be a substantial amount of money. We have had an estimate to demolish it of approximately $125,000 to $150,000. If we were going to spend $625,000 to shore it up, that would leave us approximately $500,000 that we could potentially start to build a couple of houses that would complement the rest of the street. This is a prime area, people going down on driving Beach Street, which obviously has a lot of traffic, not far from where the armory is. The red X's on buildings are not an attraction in this city. We've had that red X for a long time. And I'm just encouraging the mayor, the HRA, and the problem property group to put this on the list. Now, this was number 19 in terms of potential safety. I will say 3 of the top 10 are now being worked on. One of them just about completed, I believe, Councilor Sullivan, on High Street, and 2 others are being worked on. But I do think this area has a potential for people to bring some housing in there. To do that with One Holyoke or Housing Authority or some other group to come in and do that. It has the ability to stabilize some of that neighborhood. I know Councilor Hernandez and I have had constituents talking about a street down and 2 streets down on Sargent Street where there's some significant illegal activity. This would be a chance to shore that up. A vacant building standing for about 15 years. We've gone out trying to find someone to develop it, and it just hasn't happened. I'm hoping the council will make this recommendation to the mayor, and I'm hoping he will make a recommendation to go ahead and look at, let's get this done. Let's start revitalizing us. Let's get rid of the bad, and let's start putting good things up, both in fairness to the people that live on that street, who've had to live with this for the last 15 years, people on Sargent Street who have to go across and see what's going on down on Sargent and Walnut Street. Those are the kind of things that we need to try to take care of. I'm hoping we realize that this is the kind of money we need to spend to put something there. Because if we went the other way and we put the 625, then to do something along residential use, they're talking another $5 to $6 million. So I'm hoping the council will follow the committee's recommendation. And you know, it's a sad thing, but the reality is, how long do we wait? Thank you.
Mr. President?
Councilor Grady.
Yeah, that meeting was a very interesting meeting. And once again, we all want to preserve the history of Holyoke. But, you know, if you look at the area with the brand new senior center there, which is a beautiful structure, and across the street, the East Hampton Savings Bank has made a considerable investment in Holyoke with a brand new building there. I mean, it stands to reason that we can't hold on to this Armory building much longer. I think Councilor Murphy's idea to not spend $625,000 to shore it up, but rather to demolish the building and hopefully build some structures there that would be more conducive to the neighborhood, I think is a good idea. So I'm speaking in favor of this proposal. Thank you.
One further. So the motion is that we receive, adopt, send a communication to the mayor, blighted property group, and HRA.
If I could, Mr. President.
Councilor McGivern, sorry.
I'm sorry. I thought Councilor Lacey had his hand up and I was waiting for him to speak.
Yeah, who's Councilor Lacey?
Lacey, who's that?
It said Lacey.
Okay, Councilor McGivern.
Yeah.
It's 2 meetings in a row, Joe.
Oh, it's more than that.
More than that,
More
about 8 meetings.
Got a little dementia going on.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you. Just a couple of new things. One, since that meeting, I guess there was some media attention to the meeting itself. I've had 2 contacts, one from Amherst and one from out of state, somewhere near California, that are interested in this type of building, both for an office type situation and this type of building that they would like to talk about renovating with the city. I'm going to refer them to the OPID office and to the proper people to see if they're for real and to see if it makes sense that we do have some legitimate offers for the building itself. The list that is Councilor Murphy referred to is interesting because, as I said, our building commissioner said that this particular building, the structure, outside structure being it's not going to cave in, it's not going to cause a safety problem to people who are around the building, for the moment is in good shape. And I for one think that when that's the case, that we do have to pay attention to that, especially if there are interested developers out there. I agree. A good use would be some duplex, some residential houses there. I'm not too sure who's proposing to purchase the land, which I'm sure we give them away for $1 or $2 to put those homes up. We have some interested people that want to do a business development, which also goes along with the type of neighborhood it is. There are several commercial properties in that area around Sargent Street. Secondly, if you adopt this motion, is essentially what you're asking the mayor and the committee to do is to jump this particular property over a list where the building department, Mr. Cody, said that this is not in the top 5 of that list. And I think some of those top 5 buildings are far more dangerous than the Armory building. And I don't think we should be sending that message that the Armory should go first if we have 5 other buildings that are in a condition that could be a safety hazard, or let's say more in a priority of a higher safety hazard than the Armory building itself. Is my vision, far-fetched? We're not going to save the Armory that we knew as kids. That day is gone. But the facade and the brick and the historical nature of the Armory, would, if it could be developed correctly, would complement not just that neighbor, but this gateway street known as Sargent Street to the city of Holyoke. And that's where I came from. And I think there's still some time to explore that vision itself. So I'll be voting against the order, and I ask everyone to consider what I said and what Mr. Cody said, and not to jump this over some very serious properties in the city that need to come down immediately.
Councilor Murphy, I see your hand up.
Thank you. And just if in fact someone came forward, I mean, this is not going to happen overnight. I think we need to put this in front of the mayor, in front of the HRA and the problem property group. And again, at that meeting, they said this was number 19, which based on the other 3. So now we're down to number 16. But the reality is where it is And I've made this pretty clear. I think the city needs to be aggressive in taking down, but we are never going to change the image of this city if we don't eradicate and start to rebuild where we have so many buildings that are in tough shape. And the red X, internally, that building is in tough shape. And the 625 is what they're 625,000 is what they're talking to make it so that someone might have a chance. So if that person from California or the person from Amherst has interest, I would encourage them to go to the mayor's office, go to HRA, and start sitting down and talking, and let's see if how real that is. But if not, then this needs to be put on the list, and it needs to be put on the list with hopefully the other ones that we'll be talking about in Finance Committee again. But this is a special property because of all the history and all the other things. And I just think with what we're talking about, we need to move it. Now, again, if something comes in and if someone can go ahead and they want to spend their money and they want to and pay taxes and do all those things, I'm all for it. But for 15 years, we've been trying and we haven't had anybody yet. We've had people that came in, but nobody's ever come in and then left saying, oh yeah, I want to do this. So that's my point. I think we got to react, give it to the mayor, give it to the HRA, and let's see what happens.
On the motion.
Second.
Well, we still have Councilor Tallman for the first time and Councilor Sullivan for the first time. Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. We had a great discussion on this, and I do respect both my colleagues, Councilor McGivern and Councilor Murphy. This is a building that's been there for a long time, but it's an area where just right down the street about a year ago, I went for an open house for somebody that built a house on a very small plot of land, but it made use of a vacant lot. And this area right here could probably put 2 duplexes in and bring some tax dollars into the city. And as Councilor McGivern stated, I would like to hear from these developers, possible developers, but I think the time is just about running out. Maybe give it 60 days to see if anybody comes through, but this should be sent along from the mayor and the problem property group and HRA to see if we can just get moving. As Councilor Sullivan stated earlier, we have some buildings that we're working on, the city's working on. We got about 3 on the works right now. Every little bit helps. Every little building we take down is one extra. Cleaning up a certain neighborhood and a certain aspect of the city. So anything we can do to make this area a little bit more pleasant, especially being right across from the senior center, would really be a benefit to the city. Thank you.
Councilor Sullivan.
Yep. Thanks. Councilor Tallman and Councilor Murphy have pretty well summed it up. Moving this over to the list it's not going to go to the front of the list. It's going to be way down, number 16 on the list. It's just going to put it in the queue for moving forward if nothing happens. Even on that list, I couldn't see anything happen. The Historic Commission could always put a 6-month delay on it. It's still allowing plenty of time for a last-ditch effort for some developer to come in. I'd like to see the report that somehow HRA has got from some engineer about shoring up the walls. I don't know. I'm going to make an effort to see that report. There's nothing wrong with the walls on that building. The walls, in effect, the brick walls are turning that thing into a brick dumpster. All right. The entire insides of the building are falling into that dumpster, and that's what's containing it. If any money was to be spent on that building, it would have to be on a new roof to arrest that, if there's any hope of saving what's left of the interior and attracting a developer. That's about it. And even then, it'd be best right now to at least move it over there, but allow a little more time for someone to come forward. But as far as spending any money on shoring up a facade or anything like that, I think it's totally out of the question.
Councilor Barley?
Yeah, I'm going to speak in favor of this too, Mr. President. I'd even like to have even a show of hands on it, frankly, instead of just a voice vote. And this is from the person who voted in favor of putting MD in historic district. We didn't win that one, and ultimately the building got demolished. But that property, the property where the Army sits, as as the counselor said, it's got so much history and potential. You hate to let it go. I mean, I got a lot of high school memories there myself. I know that a lot of us remember my brother's father-in-law had the Georgetown Hoyas come up and practice there before a tip-off classic with John Thompson. You know, you hate to lose that history, and once that facade's gone, it's gone. But the fire chief wasn't in favor of it. He said he wouldn't even have the guys and the guys and gals in the department go in there, but for an exigent emergency. So, I mean, that says a lot to me. Our own fire chiefs, our professionals won't even go in the building. So, with the cost and with the reality we're facing, yes, we're losing the history, but I mean, these are decisions that I think we have to make. I think one thing we just haven't said clearly enough, and though it's underlined, there's a lot of marketability there, Mr. President, with that lot. It's got location, and somehow that area with the senior center and the CVS and with Steeryhurst and the properties that Pete mentioned, and we didn't even mention Mike Moriarty shipping off that building right at the other corner. Mike Moriarty shipping off that building from the peddler. So, I mean, which is just on the other end of the block. So, I mean, I think that while it's only a top 20 demo, I think it's a top 5 as far as marketability and redevelopment goes. And it'd be my hope that we take a strong voice vote tonight and support this. Thank you.
Councillor Lisi.
Thank you. You know, I appreciate the intent in terms of like moving this, you know, forward in the queue, and I think at the end of the day, it may come down in terms of voting in favor of this message to the mayor and the HRA, just so that if nothing else, it lights a fire to say that there's an urgency to figuring out what's happening with this project. I'll let you know that I do think it is a highly marketable area. I do think the facade is extremely valuable. You know, all of Providence, Rhode Island has been sort of redeveloped. Its urban core has been redeveloped on facades alone, with all new construction behind those facades. So I think that you know, saving the facade is worthwhile. So if moving this into the HRA and in front of the mayor sort of you know, highlights the fact that we want this project expedited, I could vote in favor of that. I'll let you know right now, I do not think that duplexes are conducive fit to the neighborhood. That is not what I want to see in place of the Armory. I think we would need a higher sort of density building, whether it's commercial or residential. It should be a higher sort of occupancy on that parcel. We don't want to suburbanize our downtown. I think the downtown has a lot of value in its urban composition in and of itself. So putting some vinyl sided duplexes there is not the vision that I would have for that parcel. Yeah, I think that I do think we want to see what the proposal is in front of the HRA. I know that at a recent historic commission meeting, they were entertaining different plans. They actually had plans for different proposals that they would put there, or that somebody was proposing there. So I think there is a sort of like gap in the information that we have all together. But again, I think I'm happy to vote for the order this evening as a message to both the HRA and the mayor that the city needs to step up its marketing campaign and attracting someone to do something productive with the Armory.
Councillor Anderson Burgos. Councillor Anderson Burgos, are you still looking to speak, or?
Yeah, I'm having thoughts, and I grew up in Jackson Parkway, so I spent a lot of time there, and I'm battling with, you know, these are memories that I hold dear. And I'm also thinking, you know, efficiently. The amount of money it would take to rehab this place, it's going to cost a lot of money. And I sit there and I debate, are my memories, our memories worth it? Is it the facade? Is it worth it? And I would like to say, yeah, it's the facade is definitely worth it. The memories, somewhat. What is worth it is, are we bringing tax dollars? Are we benefiting from where we sit at with it currently? It's like we're expecting a car to move with no driver. The car is not going to move. Someone needs to sit in the vehicle and push on the pedal. So we need to act fast, because the more time we spend on it, that building's just going to become another Essex house, and it's just going to collapse. And God forbid if somebody gets hurt. I just think we need to move quickly, swiftly. We have to do this.
Councilor McGivern, you got a...
Yes, Mr. President, real quick for the final time. If you vote yes in this, we don't need to take a vote to put this on a problem building list and for the city to look at it for possible demolition. But if you vote yes tonight, you're saying you want the building demolished, which means whether the city continues to look for developers or continues to accept proposals, if there are any out there, the people in the city are going to say, well, the city council doesn't want this developed. That's why I'm asking us not to take this vote. I mean, it can still go forward. It can be reviewed, put on a priority list as a problem building. It's a problem building. It's not a top priority problem building for other buildings that are much more in dire need of being taken down. How many buildings have we had on High Street that have caved in? I know they're privately owned, but at the same time, those are the buildings I think the city should be concentrating on. In the meantime, we should be sending a message, get a developer. If you got someone that wants to put a residential property up there, well, tell us, go out and find a residential property developer. But right now we have no developer, no matter what it is. And if we find someone to develop the building, it's their money that renovates it, and it saves the city the cost of demolition. So that's why I'm voting against it.
Councilor Lee.
Mr. President?
Wait, hold on, Councilor Graney.
Yeah, it's just, my thoughts are, a deep-seated love for this city and the many structures that I've seen demolished and so forth. Some of the blocks from downtown, that dear memories. But I'm looking at structures like the Armory, and I'm looking at the Lynch School, and I'm looking at the Victory Theater, and I'm looking at these places. Are we chasing windmills? Are we facing reality? Are we in a fantasy world? I mean, these are properties that should have been developed years and years ago. I mean, how long can we wait, on a property like the Armory? I don't understand where we're going with this. And I love the Armory, and the memories are great and everything else, but we need tax revenue. We need to move this city forward. Please, let's start moving on issues. I mean, I'm looking at the Victory Theater for 30 years, and it's still boarded up, and it says the same thing on the ply score that's in front of it. I mean, we're chasing windmills here. Let's get reality. Let's start doing some things that are going to move this city forward. Thank you.
Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. I think that Councilor McGivern raises some important issues. I reread the order, and it really does say that it is pushing for demolition. And then the piece here that I'm going to take issue with is that just to start the building, the expense would be approximately $625,000. And I just want to make it clear, I in no way, expect the city to pay $625,000 to shore up the building. That expense does not have to be borne by the city. If there were a private developer, they would be paying for that. They would also save us as Councilor McGivern mentioned, the cost of demoing the building. The more that I'm looking at this, and again, I appreciate the intent. I think that we do want to sort of light a fire underneath the HRA and the mayor to say we want to see some real progress happen here, some real proposals come forward. But I don't think I'm willing to go as far as saying let's demo it. So given my reread of the language, I think I'm going to be voting a no in the end.
Councilor Murphy, like this, it's the second time I got you. So Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, I'm going to read the executive summary of the document that I have, because I think it kind of tells you. And in that executive summary, the temporary shoring up cost is $625,000. So here's the executive summary. The 3 historic exterior walls of the castles can be reused, and no one's arguing that, as stated above. However, the floors, spans, and structure cannot be reused. They are undersized and deteriorated with collapses in many locations. The process of construction related to reuse of the castle would therefore involve first, shoring the masonry walls to allow for demolition of all elements of the existing building interior footprint. Shoring is fundamental so that the brick walls, thin, non-reinforced vertical planes, do not collapse due to wind, ground shaking, or simply height relative to their thinness. In this study, cost of shoring has been estimated by Isaac Blair and Company, a firm with extensive experience shoring similar historic masonry structures in Western Massachusetts. The shoring would remain in place until other structural means related to forward moving construction could stabilize the 3 historic walls. The cost of building structure in this study has been estimated by Simpson, Gumperst, and Hager, SGH, has also provided structural approach for the 3 programmatic designs. And it's a farmer's market, a residential use, or a commercial use. So, I mean, it's clear to me that this report says if we are trying to save this, that we have to spend $625,000. And I'm going to, again, believe that Councilor Sullivan has that we're going to have to spend money on a roof as well. And in both of those cases, we have no guarantee that that's going to happen. That's why I think this gets put into the demolition category. If someone came in and they were saying, yes, you spend that money and I'm going to do this, I'm all for it. But we don't have that. And to spend $625,000, which is clearly what they're recommending in order to make sure that the structure is stable, at least, that's a lot of money to spend in the hope that someone's going to come. And that's all I'm saying. And again, if we put this in line, the mayor, the HRA, and Problem Property Group knows. And again, I think Councilor McGivern's point is very valid. And Councilor Lisi, you also made the point that maybe by putting this out there, we make them go out and reach it. Let's go find out. Are there people in the next 90 days that are going to come forward? You know, if they are, and we can do this, then I'm not demolishing this today. But I think this has to be put out there as something we're planning on demolishing and developing.
Councilor Graney.
Yeah, Mr. President, once again, if we don't move on this, if we don't put this order forward, and at least potentially think about demolishing this building, it's going to demolish itself. It's going to demo itself. I mean, it's just not going to be able to stand there to withstand all the elements and everything else that are going on in a structure like that when it's rotting from the inside out. Thank you.
All right. So with that, one thing I'll point out, it does say the Committee on Finance has referred in order that the City Council request the Mayor of Blighted Property Community HR to move forward on the demolition. It's a request that we're recommending. They could always say no. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where, for me, my vote is to do that, because it does show that group as well as others, you know, you got to start doing something with this property. It's been sitting there too long. The mayor could turn around and say no. Blighted Property Committee could say no, but at least we put out there that we're trying to make sure the building is safe, that we're cost effective. If there's the ability to save it and save that historical aspect, then they're going to run out there and find those developers to do that. I don't think we have been that proactive to do that. Maybe this sets the precedent to do that. Once again, it's just a request. They can say no to us. And I think that's where the underlining factor is for me. Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Can we set a time frame for a response back, so that way we can move forward? Because it seems like, again, Car is not moving. So can we put a time frame of what we can expect to hear back, whether do we go forward or do we demolish this?
Well,
So
I think you could ask for a communication from the mayor or the other two committees as to what they think.
So as a body,
back. Yeah.
So as a body, I think we should all come together and have a time frame. Let's give them that time frame, and then if they're not there, we move forward. It's done. It's a done deal. Let's be fair.
It says, have considered the same, recommended that the order be adopted with a communication to the mayor, Blighted Property Group, and HRA with a request back to the full council in 30,
that time frame. I want to. Yes,
90
I want us to talk about that time frame. What do we think is a good turnaround time for that?
About 90 days.
90 days, yeah.
90 days?
Yeah.
I agree.
So amend the back part saying a communication to the mayor, Blighted Property Group, and HRA with a communication back to the council in 90 days. Would you want that?
Second that.
Yeah.
So that.
What are we asking for back in 90 days?
If they're going to do anything with our request,
that's
they could
the
say no.
problem. Are we asking them to bump over to 19 other properties that got a higher priority?
No, it doesn't say that at all. All it
But
says
it sounds
is
like it.
No, it says request for the mayor, Blighted Property Group, and HRA to move forward on demolition because of the shoring up costs. They could come back and say, we're not shoring up yet. We're not going to add it to the list. We're not going to do anything. We understand your concern.
I understand that, but we're sending a message that doesn't help us market the property. Even if we're marketing for residential, this message does not help.
I would disagree with that, saying that does help, saying that either you start marketing it more aggressively or you don't do anything, which is kind of where it's been at. Councilor Bacon.
Thank you. I would just remind the body too that the Historic Commission can put it on a demo delay if there is an interested party. And I tend to agree with the argument that this will get more attention placed on it, put a little urgency on it. And if there's interest out there, they'll actually do something. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing none. So the motion was to add with a communication back within 90 days.
Roll call.
Okay, roll call. We'll do a roll call with regards to adding that 90-day callback or reply back.
Reply back, yeah.
So you want a roll call for that?
No, a roll call for the final, Mr. President.
Right, so for the amendment first, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it, we'd add the amendment. Now it's a roll call. There were 3 members said it. Roll call with regards to 80 that we receive, adopt, and send a communication to the mayor, Blighted Property Group, and HRA with a communication back within 90 days. Clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
10 yeas, 3 nays.
For your vote, you approve the request. 8G. The Committee on Finance will refer in order that the accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, the City Council hereby accept the provisions of the Department of Justice opioid substance abuse grant.
Make a motion to receive, pass the first reading for the purpose of adopting.
Motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading, under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had Sergeant Hart before the Finance Committee. This is a second round of this particular grant. It comes from the Department of Justice. I think most people are familiar with it, so I'll just quickly highlight some of the criteria, some of the high points for the grant itself. The total grant, $597,650. There is no match by the city. It's divided into 3 portions. The 2 portions, which I call are funneled out, are one is to the Behavioral Health Network, for $173,200. The UMass for $144,450. UMass is developing a program, a database, so to speak, management board that is going to help the city and the BHN track the people who are benefited through this grant itself. The city portion is $235,200. It pays for, among other things, the officers who go out with the liaison workers, the clinicians from BHN, pays for, there's one other officer that pays the full salary. I'm just having a little trouble meeting my notes right here, but it also is going to pay for some data stuff that is necessary, that working with UMass, that will allow us. I think everybody got an email from Sergeant Hart, which is some additional information towards what has happened with the first go around. I think it gives you an idea of what the potential is and who's benefiting from this. It's an incredible amount of money, both for the city. It's a good amount of money for the two partners with the city. And the Finance Committee, after reviewing it and asking questions to Sergeant Hart, recommend that it be adopted as is.
Any questions with regard to this grant? Motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the grant.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez. Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the grant. 8H, Committee on Finance has referred to that the City Council approve funding for $18,000 in CPA funds for a small grant program. This would allow up to six or more small grants, none to exceed $3,000.
Make a motion to receive and adopt.
Motion is to receive, adopt. Under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. In 1 second, I'd like to turn this over to Councilor Sullivan, who's both the maker of the order and our liaison and voice on CPA. And quite frankly, he's doing a fantastic job. This is a request of CPA committee. Just a reminder of the way it works now is we approve certain parameters for the CPA committee, who, like us, have estimated revenue coming in each year. Their revenue comes in through the fee from Comcast, from cable. I'm sorry, the fee from the state, which is given to to the city of Holyoke as we adopted it, as the voters adopted it 2 years ago. When they know what the amount of money they have to put it into 3 different categories. But what happens is we always have the final say as a city council as to the projects that they approve and the amount that they approve for the projects. That's been going quite well, especially with the help of Councilor Sullivan. The proposal here is that we create or allow them to create what would be called a small grants program with some caps. The program would be capped at the grants. Maximum grant would be small, would be $3,000. Many of these grants could be smaller than $3,000. There would be a cap on the amount of money that would be used in one given year at $18,000. We do a similar cap with administrative fees for the CPA at $50,000 up front, and then the rest of the money will go to the bigger grants throughout the year, which would come back to us. All they're asking is that with this up to $18,000 total, $3,000 at the most at one time, that they be allowed to do this. It would expedite some small grants, and I think they've been doing a tremendous job, and the committee seems to agree that this would be a good idea. So we did vote in favor of allowing the CPA to do this small grants program.
Anyone further? Mike or Councilor Sullivan? Sorry, Councilor Sullivan.
Yep. Yeah. Councilor McGivern did a great job of summing it up there. Just for some examples for the rest of the committee members, you know, they had to wait for us to go. I don't think we went through committee, but we did deal with it on the floor, but had to go and wait for a full council meeting to approve just $500 to do historic renovation of lanterns on the annex building. So that's like kind of an idea of what kind of stuff. We just expedite the procedure. Also, for the people that are applying for any of these projects, or the groups that are applying for it, it's a much streamlined process. Also, it's a one-page application, and it can be dealt with very quickly. Some of the examples would be like signs or plaques, playground equipment, historic records and digitization of historic records. And it's got some good safety checks on it. It's some of the things that it's not appropriate for. It can't be used for acquisition projects, large multi-stage projects. Can't be used for any cost overruns for existing projects, and it can't be used to supplant any municipal funds either. So it's pretty well thought out. If we don't like the program, it's so once the money runs out, all the grants will be reported to us anyways. They'll all be visible. We don't have to go along with it next year. The funds don't carry over. So there you have it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, with the CPA funds, we always make a roll call. So clerk call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 8H to allow for them to do these capped grants, small grants.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
For your vote, you're approved. 8H. 8I, the Committee on Finance has referred an order that the council vote to have the city take over ownership of the South Water Street from the state. Once the transfer is complete, the city pave at least the roadway connecting Main Street via South Water Street to the properties of Hazen Paper and Sunco Paper. Estimated cost of repaving is $88,000. And these two businesses currently pay about $130,000 in taxes. Recommended that it be approved and that the communication be given to the mayor and the state delegation.
Motion to receive and adopt.
Motion is receive and adopt. Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Murphy's order, and we had a great discussion. We had representatives from both from Hazen Paper, and we did have some communication from Sunoco. I think it goes without saying they aren't just two of our finer employers and larger employers within the city, but they're two fine corporate citizens also over the years. You could speak a lot about, especially Hazen Paper, but a lot about both of them, what they've done, and the partnerships and things they've done with the city when it comes to different things in terms of services provided. Councilor Murphy, I'll turn over to absolutely in a second. Just noted that this piece of property, this road is state-owned. It is not paved. It needs to be paved. We've seen a lot of revitalization projects being done in South Holyoke, and it would be nice that this would be done and would complement what's already going on. But more important, it would help out two of our finer corporate citizens. The process would be the Finance Committee is recommending we do it. We'd have to refer it to the DPW. I believe the mayor gets involved. We get the state involved, and once we take it over, we got some cost estimates, which would be well worth it for the amount of taxes we receive from these two companies. The committee voted in favor 5-0.
Anyone further?
Yeah.
Councilor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So basically, two things. I think we're actually referring this to the Board of Public Works as well as the mayor and the state. I think the Board of Public Works, after the meeting, they both indicated to me that they were going to have to go work with the state highway development, because that's who's offering the property to us. And the state has said they would give us the property, but we have kind of not moved on it in the last, we've had it about a year now. And the fire chief was also at this meeting and indicated that this is a very difficult area for fire trucks because of the way the road is. So not only are we have two of our best businesses, but we have two businesses right now because of the road conditions where our fire protection would be slowed because of trying to keep their trucks and vehicles in a safe road. So I would certainly appreciate the Board of Public Works working with the state, the mayor and the state delegation doing what they can to get State Highway to transfer this property to the city. And already with Hamden Paper closing, Hazen Paper has already started hiring some of Hamden Paper's employees that were going to be laid off. So, I mean, that's just a perfect example of the kind of corporate citizens they are. So I appreciate the meeting. I appreciate the Finance Committee's support. And I hope that the city will move and have the state transfer the property to us so that we can provide an access road to both of those companies that is safe, swift, and reliable. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Councilor Graney.
this should be a priority for the city of Hoyoke. Bottom line, this should be a priority for the city of Hoyoke. Let's approve this, please.
Thanks,
Seeing no one else, it is recommended that its motion is to receive and approve and send a communication to the mayor and the state delegation. Joe, you want a roll call for this because it's taking a.
I think we should. I think, you know, Councilor Murphy's correct. I thought I said it, but if I didn't, I think the DPW may have to not just work with the state, but to make it an accepted road, I think they're going to have a public hearing and refer it back to us for final adoption. But it's a little different. It's not it's an actual road. It's similar to old Jarvis there. You know, that's a county road, but this is a state road.
So do a roll call just to
do a roll call just to be safe.
Yeah.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
For your vote, you're approved 8-I. Off to public safety. Councilor Murphy, I see that they're all complied with. You want to take them up as a package and then go through the reports?
If that's okay with everybody, I could try to do that.
So motion to suspend the rules, take up 9A through 9F as a package.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 9A, the Committee on Public Safety, who is referred in order that the sidewalk on Dartmouth near Jefferson be repaved, complied with. B is the Committee on Public Safety, who referred that the sidewalk on the southeast corner of the intersection of St. Jerome and Dwight be repaired, complied with. Committee on Public Safety, this is 9C, that who was referred in order that residents and constituents from Pine Street near Appleton Street have expressed concern over the increased drug trafficking in the neighborhood. That's complied with. D, for public safety, is referred in order procedures should be set forth for City Hall regarding emergencies and threats of violence, complied with. E, that the city engineer attend a committee meeting. Residents have expressed ongoing concerns regarding large trucks traveling up and down West Franklin, complied with. And 9F is that the public safety order that the health director, building commissioner, representatives from police and fire meet with the public safety committee to request Williams Auto to create a locked fence. That's been complied with. So with that, I turn over to Councilor Murphy.
Okay, and for the on 9A on the sidewalk on Dartmouth Street, we did meet with the city engineer and the superintendent of DPW, who I want to thank, because when I originally put these on, they were saying they didn't have time, and they went and got some things done. The sidewalk is at 111 Dartmouth Street, and the expectation is we have a new city contractor that we're working with on sidewalks, and the expectation was that within a couple of weeks that sidewalk should be repaired. On a second order regarding the sidewalk intersection St. Jerome and Dwight, that also has been reviewed, and the goal here is to repave the sidewalk extending from the corner both of St. Jerome and Dwight Streets to be paved sometime in the spring. One of the concerns, because that's a full repaving, is the funding sources. They are looking at potentially applying for some CDBG money to be able to get that done. But the goal is to have it done so it is repaved. And I took another drive by there the other day, and it definitely needs to be redone as soon as possible. So hopefully by the spring, we get through the winter, that'll be done. The third one, is that West Franklin? No, that's Pine and Appleton. Okay, that's, hang on one second. I got them in a different order. Okay. So the one regarding the possession of the neighborhood watch signs, we did meet with, again, the superintendent. We had the Captain Pratt there as well. And somehow, and the city engineer was there as well, somehow they neglected to do the connection on Pine Street from Appleton to Essex, and they did, I think, 2 streets down below and the one immediate, but they are going to be doing that street, and then my gut is it should have been done within the next week or so. And I know they said they did have the signs and they would get them up because that was intended to be on Pine Street all the way along, and they think they might have put some on, I think, Chestnut, that should have been going to Pine. The next one is the City Hall and the emergencies and the threat of violence. We did, and just general emergencies. We did meet with the emergency director, Mr. Jeffrey Trask, and the fire chief. Mr. Trask is preparing an in-depth action plan. He's working in cooperation with police and fire departments, going from crisis to recovery. Both he and Chief Prespakowski talked about the need for preparedness training on a regular basis. And the chief emphasized that they expect, once we get through the COVID situation, that we will be doing, conducting action drills at least several times every year in all of the city buildings. The next one is on the truck on West Franklin Street, in particular regarding the problems at St. Jerome. And that also has been complied with, and we were basically told, and we've asked, and Councilor Anderson Burgos and I both asked for the police department to have stricter enforcement, especially against truck drivers speeding on West Franklin. Captain Pratt said he would put that into Captain Moriarty to try to make sure they emphasize slowing truck traffic down to start with. Councilor Anderson Burgos was also asked to seek an ordinance prohibiting truck traffic from sunset to sunrise on West Franklin and probably on Sargent Street. And I think Councilor Anderson Burgos has plans to do it at least on West Franklin. I know Councilor McGivern suggested both. 9F is the regarding Williams Auto. Myself and Councilor Bartley had met with Mr. Williams regarding some serious concerns in terms of what's going on in the alley, which basically goes from between Maple and High Street, from Hampshire Street to Sargent Street. The original goal, he's had major trash dumping there. He's had drug dealing going on there. He's had human waste there. He's had needles. We looked at, and he had talked to some of the neighbors, as did I, and they seemed to be okay, but the fire chief made it very clear that even a fence where they had a key would not be acceptable, because that 30 seconds could be life and death for somebody on one of those back porches. So Mr. Williams agreed with that. He thanked the committee and he thanked the council for taking it up. The fire chief did say that he would meet with him to try to see if there are other things that he could do. And Captain Pratt in Ohio Police Department also agreed to work with Mr. Williams, who would be interested in installing cameras and more lighting in the alley and connecting directly with the police department. Mr. Williams appreciated the effort. Obviously, he was hoping to be able to stop people from going in, but that's not going to be able to happen. And I believe that's it, right?
Good job.
Very good. Councilor McGivern.
Real quick, Councilor Murphy runs a fantastic meeting, but more importantly, he had all the right department heads there, the correct people to give answers to the people who brought the attention to the various city councilors. It was a pleasure to have the primary maker of each of these orders with us at the Public Safety Committee, and they articulated the problems and concerns to the department heads. Not all the answers were final, but there were some good answers, some good discussion, and I think that's what makes this type of orders important, and this committee important. And thanks to Councilor Murphy, he runs a great meeting, and hopefully it works out for Scott Williams, because that was a great idea, but unfortunately, legally, we just can't do anything to an alleyway because we don't own it.
Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. So the order regarding the safety in City Hall, that was the one that I had filed. We had filed one some time ago in regards to safety as well, and that Lieutenant McGarty came in and kind of walked us through some different things. So I'm glad that Jeff Trask is going to write up, a proposal or maybe a training how we should handle this, because all the doors are open at City Hall, throughout the day, the annex, our meetings. And as everybody knows, our meetings get kind of heated and people with emotion. And, there's been a few times over the last several years that when you're walking out to your car, you're thinking to myself, is some knucklehead going to come over and clobber me? These are some of the thoughts you think. So I do think that there is a safety concern. Granted, we're not down at City Hall now, but we soon will be, hopefully, not going to win. And so I'm glad there's a plan going to be in place. Thank you.
Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, great meeting, Councilor Murphy. Jim, that was a good order. I think that's something that should be worked out, so we're all aware, not just in the evening, but during the day, the City Hall workers, City Annex workers, City Hall Annex, they know what to do. Appropriate, something happens out of the ordinary. And I hope Mr. Williams works it out too. I think one of the things he's talked about was about possibly having cameras set up there. And I know Captain Pratt was going to go there and talk to him about that, but something has to be done there. And I think anything that can be done other than what they wanted to do with the gates, which was, the fire chief said definitely no, that hopefully to get that issue resolved and maybe a little bit more police surveillance in that area, because it is sort of blocked off and it does get pretty messy back there. So, but great meeting, and it's really good to hear that even the little things such as sidewalks and roads and stop signs that the city can take care of on a regular basis. So good job.
Just one more thing, Mr. President.
Councilor Murphy. Yep.
And I think Mr. Williams actually, he's willing to pay for the cameras and lighting, from what I understand, as long as he can work with the police and know that he's going to be able to be connected. So that was one of the goals. There was one other order that we did take care of, and that was the order, and I don't see it here so I know I sent it, but.
Mr. President, a point of order.
Councilor.
I was going to make a motion to take up 12H. That is an order that is actually a public safety order of Councilor Murphy's.
I remember now, Linda.
Yes, I gave you a call.
So 12H is the Committee on Charter and Rules, who's referred an order that a no parking on the easterly side of Main Street from H. No,
And actually, that's
But it was really public safety.
yeah, and that actually was the ordinance that was passed. That was the ordinance that we passed today from the ordinance committee reports. But I do have another.
Oh, is it?
Another,
Okay.
and I didn't see it, but it was the committee report regarding raised sidewalks and speed bumps. And
Oh, yeah.
and I had solicited some thoughts from the various counselors, and we had a number of things, including West Franklin and Chapman Street and Papineau Street across from Springdale and Whiting Farms Road, crosswalks at Homestead, crosswalk on South Street by Elmwood Towers and the PVA bus stop, and a variety of other places. But what's going on and what we did, it was complied with. The engineer and the superintendent agreed to kind of review all of those locations and create suggestions as to, number one, where, and number two, if it should be a raised sidewalk or a speed bump. And they suggested that they would get that back to us by April 1st. And then once we got that, we could start to go and decide whether or not we wanted to get petitions to get the speed bumps or a raised sidewalk. And there was questions about whether or not a petition was needed on a raised sidewalk. It was needed for a speed bump, but it seemed like raised sidewalks are kind of left out there. But that we did have them. They're aware of the concerns, and they're going to try to give us some recommendations as to whether or not it can work, and if so, where they need to be.
Yeah, so with them following up with us, we'll try and find that order for next time because it's not here. But there's a report coming to us, so it's not like we're missing it.
Yep.
So for 9A through F, there's no further discussion. It's all has been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No public service, no DGNR. Next is charter and rules. 12A, the Committee on Charter and Rules was referred in order that the City Council rule be added that the City Council committee assigned in a prior term remain in effect for re-election councilors until President-elect assigns new committees. Recommend that the order be adopted with the following amendment. Should the chair not be re-elected, then the most senior member of the committee shall serve as the committee chair.
A motion to receive and adopt the committee report.
Motion is receive and adopt. Councilor Bacon?
Yes, so this was a rule that just was proposed because we had a little bit of a gap at one point. And so if there was a condition that might arise in the future due to unanticipated reasons, that we would have a rule that would allow us to continue to do business rather than having to delay or defer. So it's really a fairly straightforward rule proposal. And the committee recommended this unanimously. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern. You're on mute, Councilor.
Sorry.
There you go.
I have no problem with the intent of the order, Mr. President, and I did say at the committee level to our city solicitor who was with us that one of the issues with this is I referred to the charter, but it's actually by ordinance. If you look at the way we organized after at the beginning of a term, and at the beginning of a term, on the day of inauguration, when we're all sworn in, we immediately go into caucus and we go by ballot vote to elect our president. It's pretty clear that in the ordinance itself, which is section 11, the acts of 1992, chapter 189, that if you read through it, it explains how we proceed until an individual receives the majority of the city council votes, which now is 7. And in doing that, it also goes on to say that no other city business may take place, no other city council business may take place until we elect a new president. So I think, you know, the intent of this order is to make sure that if there's something going on in committee, because government is ongoing, that it goes forward. I think it's in an order, a city council order rule cannot supersede an ordinance or a mass general law or the charter. So it's I defer to the city solicitor, but I did send this over to her after the meeting.
So, Mr. President?
Yeah, Councilor Bacon.
This is not having anything to do with the electing of the president. This only has to do with the appointing of the committees. So it's not a charter issue. Thank you.
Councilor McGarry, you have a follow-up or you?
Well, I just want to make sure I was clear. The ordinance clearly states the city council cannot do any business, conduct any business until a president is elected. The president appoints the committees. So I think it means we can't do this.
So
should we make a request, Crystal, see if she looked into it?
So moved.
All those in favor? All opposed? Crystal?
I haven't looked into it, but I can.
All right, so, so should we table this for now to get that answer?
Well, we could, except that this is not about electing the president. This is simply about if the president hasn't had time to determine the committees, that the committees will not have to cancel public hearings, et cetera, et cetera. It's
I understand that, and I understand Joe's point. Even if elected, if he or she has not assigned committees, can they still act? I guess that's the little nuance there. I mean, I voted yes to add this in there to allow things to move forward, but I wouldn't mind having Crystal give us a final ruling.
Well, do you want a motion to table for legal ruling for the next meeting?
If you don't mind, can we
that motion?
Make a motion to table it and then have Crystal get back to us, and then we can just.
Yeah, we'll just leave it on the table in council.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
So motion is to table. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Let's see here. B. Committee on Charter Rules was referred in order that the Holyoke determined the voting location for Ward 3A for both 9-1 and 20 federal, state, and primary, and 11-3-20 state, federal, general election ASAP. The order is written in light of the last minute changes to South Street Station polling location for 5/19 special election caused by the vendors concerned with COVID-19. Further order that the council also consider locations for 1B as 2 was amended due to the property owner COVID-19 concerns. Recommend that's been complied with.
A motion to receive and adopt the committee report.
Motion is receive, adopt. Under discussion.
So this had been filed before these elections, of course, and by the time we took it up, they had come and gone. But in the meantime, postings relative to the voting sites had been made and the sites had been clarified. But I will let the ward councilors, if they wish to speak on this further.
Okay. Councilors, are they all set? Anyone else? So it's been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 12C, Committee on Charter Rules was referred in order that the Holyoke set up a commission to look at all the polling locations for every ward in future elections. Holyoke should ensure voter locations have excellent access for voters and great amenities for our poll workers. Recommend that the order be adopted and referred to the City Council President to appoint a commission and give back a report by June of 2021.
So the motion is to receive and adopt the committee report.
Motion is receive, adopt. Under discussion.
So this was an order filed by Councilor Bartley, and in the context of the discussion of the order, we also enrolled in discussion about an order that had been filed by Councilor Leahy about the concept of portable voting locations should they be needed. But I would like to let Councilor Bartley speak further on his order.
Sure, Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, so really appreciate the discussion because I thought it bore a lot of fruit. I wasn't sure where this was going to go, but the committee and then the members who are present really pitched in. So it's about expanding voters, opportunity for voters, because what the discussion we laid out was Look at Holyoke's turnout in the presidential election compared to other communities is atrocious. And then there are particular areas of Holyoke that are more atrocious in voting than others. And the hope is that I'll work with the city council president, and as soon as practical, which I hope in the next few weeks, we can put together some sort of a framework for a committee, and then just start getting some people together, and we can have an ad hoc committee, and then get back to city council by the end of the fiscal year with some ideas about where we should have polling locations, how many polling locations, what should we have should we have mobile units, should we have stationary? I just think this is too important to let slip, and it's so important when we've got so many people that want to pitch in with this too. I've already had numerous emails about potential locations in all sorts of places in the city. And I look forward to sharing that with others, and let us have a discussion to sort of get this going, so that when we have our next election next year, that we'll have polling places in place, and we can really be proud of the turnout. Because right now, I don't think we should be very proud of a 58% turnout, where surrounding communities were in the mid 80s. I don't think that cuts it. So we can do better. Thank you.
Yes, and I want to thank Councilor Bartley for filing this, because I do think it's really important to have our citizens be engaged and have more equitable turnout throughout the city. So thank you.
Anyone further? Seeing none, so motion is to receive, adopt, and then we'll start the process. And then we'll get the report back by June of 2021. All those in favor? Hold on, Councilor Lisi.
Just a quick point. I would love to, make sure that the clerk is part of the ad hoc committee, or someone representing the clerk's office, because I think that her office will know what the needs are, and just be able to help inform the decision in some way. So, it's an ad hoc committee, and there's no, ordained sort of membership, but I think that it would be useful to have somebody from the clerk's office, if not the clerk herself.
I'm gonna share a secret. I did harass the clerk already, just to let you know. The motion is to receive and adopt, within getting started with the committee and going forward. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
So, Mr. President, jumping ahead, how do you want to clean up 12H? Because it's on the agenda. Do you want me to recommend that that's been complied with, since we dealt with it under ordinance?
What, 12H or which
yes,
one?
And the reason I'm bringing up 12H is all the rest can be packaged.
Yeah, I was going to do the package. So 12H, we already did, correct?
Right.
So do we just say it's been complied with? Is that what you want?
Okay,
withdraw. Or you want to withdraw? You do withdraw.
So, all right, so if we could just go out of order, take up 12H, and I'll make a motion to give it leave to withdraw.
All right, so motion is go out of order 12H. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? This is the Committee on Charter and Rules. We refer in order that no parking on the easterly side of Main Street, Hoyoke Gas Electric Pole 95. Recommended that it be adopted. It was already done, so this one is to give leave to withdraw.
So, right. So motion to give leave to withdraw since it's already adopted.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So then you got D, E, F, I, and J are all to give leave to
So
withdraw.
I'd like to make a motion to take those up as a package.
Okay, so D, E, F, I, and J, suspend the rules, take up as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Quick reading. D is charter rules that the city of Hoyoke adopt term limits for elected positions, not more than 4 terms for all elected positions. Charter rules order that the city of Hoyoke review in collaboration with the city clerk in possession of a city petition that appears on the city charter making process more streamlined and standard. F is order that the city of Hoyoke place a binding referendum changing the charter to make terms of all remaining local municipal elected officials not elected to 4-year terms to switch to become 4-year terms. Non-binding question is 12I, to place on the ballot, should 16, 17-year-olds be able to vote. And J is City of Hoyoke amend through charter change that any and all community agreements made with the executive must be ratified and approved by the city council. So all those would give leave to withdraw.
So the motion is to receive and adopt the committee report. And as a general summary, these were orders that were filed in 2018 by a counselor who's no longer on the council. They're all stale. And so if there's interest or appetite on these matters, it would be requested that we clean out the jacket and ask counselors to file new orders. Thank you.
The motion is receive, adopt, and give leave to withdraw. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? 12G, Committee on Charter and Rules, who was referred in order that the newly formed charter group look into the pros and cons of the personnel department, combining of it, been complied with.
Yes, motion to receive and adopt the committee report.
Motion to receive, adopt, under discussion.
So various departments had come in the past, and this had been tabled, I think, a couple of times. And they came in with various explanations and reasons why this was not a feasible thing to do at the time. But I'll defer to the maker of the order if President McGee wishes to comment.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, I've been beating this pretty good. This is from 2012, 2013, 2017. 2017 again, and
keep getting the same answer.
we kept trying to push it to do, cost-effective planning and HR, but it's tough dealing with different departments to make the change. So we'll refile it in a different fashion and come back. But I appreciate the committee taking this up again. So thank you. So it is complied with. So all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Let me see, make sure I got them all. There was no joint committee in schools. So on to motions, orders, and resolutions. 14 is from Councilor McGee, that the city engineer update the council on speed humps on Bemis. I'd send that to ordinance.
You want to just receive and adopt and get the update, or?
Well, I think what they did is they gave us a price and stuff, but then I remember in the meeting they wanted to go back and instead of 5 bumps, maybe 3 or something. So I think the engineer was supposed to go back and kind of reassess what he was looking at. I do remember that part.
Sure. Happy to take it up in ordinance. I do think that we settled on 3, and then it was just figuring out the locations. But
so how about receive, adopt, send to the engineer with a communication back.
And then if we need to send the communication over to ordinance, we could do that also.
All right. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Todd?
Yep. Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, just on that issue real briefly, I believe they also stated they were going to wait to see if they were going to do the paving of that road over. They were going to put them in until they did that. So it may be 2-3 years if they're going to pave it.
Yeah, I think people are looking for answers on it in the sense of if and when it will take place. So we get a little more clarity for them on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. 15 is from Councilor McGee that the DPW give Public Safety Committee an update on the sidewalk repairs for Northampton Street, mainly around the Hamden Knolls area down to River Terrace. Send to Public Safety.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 16 from Councilor McGee that the Public Safety Committee invite in Alumni Harris, am I saying that correctly, from Boston Medical Healing Community Study Coalition in order to have a discussion about the Neurolox boxes as a way of reducing fatal opioid overdoses.
And public safety.
Yeah, public safety. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 17 from Councilor McGee that the Public Safety Committee invite in Alumni Harris from Boston Medical Healing Community Study Coalition in order to have a discussion about the Neurolox boxes as a way of reducing fatal opioid overdoses.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I assume you have contact information on that?
Yeah, I have that. I sent it over, but I'll send it to you as well.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
17 and
Make a motion to
18.
suspend the rules, Mr. President. Take 17 and 18 as a package for adoption.
Second.
All right, so motion is to take up 17 and 18 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 17 is $10,237.25 from firefighters and lieutenants to injured on duty. 18 is $9,853.80 from sergeants and patrolmen to injured on duty. This is the standard accounting procedure that we do for injured on duty. For fire, 1, 2, 3, looks like 4 or 5. Wait, they're doing the commas there. And then 1, 2 for police. So motion is to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Mr. President, just it's the about every meeting that we do this to for accounting purposes, for it might be temporary, it might only be a weekend, but they report an injury on duty, they have to be evaluated, and they cannot work while they're being evaluated, or if they are injured on duty, they may be out for a time. Each of these public safety employees, it's just accounting so we know what money is being spent on the actual service and what money is being spent on someone who unfortunately earned the injured on duty status.
All right, so motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is to pass the second reading. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 17 and 18.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve the transfer. 20 is from Councilor McGivern.
Mr. President, we have two, I think 19 and 20.
19
Yes.
must have got caught. I do apologize. Let me go back.
We could suspend the rules, take them as a package, and refer them both to the Committee on Finance.
So
Second.
19 and 20, I found 19. 19, 20 is a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? This is the 19 is the 911 Department Training Grant. 20 is the 911 Department Support Grant. So that would be to finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 21 is from Councilor Tallman and Councilor Hernandez. Order that the DPW erect a do not enter sign at the corner of Linden and Sargent Street.
The DPW?
Second.
Does it have to go to ordinance at all, or they can just go to DPW to put the sign?
Is that what the one way is?
It's a
There's
one-way,
do not-
yeah, coming down.
Right.
So
Is it-
yeah, since the signs are there, do not enter, yeah, so to DPW, so receive, adopt, send to DPW.
Yeah.
Yeah, Councilor
Tom?
Tallman.
Yeah, just briefly, this is a constituent request. I guess there are already signs down on Sargent, on West Franklin and Linden that are coming up. But constituent right on the corner there, 296 Linden Street, I guess as a young child, and they were trying to put the baby into the car, and somebody came up from Sargent Street, either taking a right up or taking a left the wrong way. And it's just a difficult situation. So I don't know if they can actually do that, but we're going to try to look at having them put up behind those stop signs, do not enter signs.
Okay, so receive, adopt, and send to DPW. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
22 is from Councilor Bacon. Order that Appermont Rock Valley intersection remain problematic with near miss reports. A stop sign where Appermont takes a right turn up the hill has been requested. So that would go to public safety
Refer to
engineer.
public safety and our engineer, please.
So motion is to receive, send to public safety with a copy to the engineer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
23 is from Councilor Bacon, that a new road detail shift be scheduled or provided for any company or department that has outstanding balances due for PD/City of Holyoke.
Refer to finance.
Refer to finance.
Second.
All those in favor?
Could you add Sullivan to that order also?
Yep,
Sure.
hold on.
Copy to the police department.
So to finance and a copy to the police department. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 24 is from Councilor Bacon, that the bonding for the 10 priority intersections and funding for the traffic light installation be reviewed by finance. So receive, refer to finance with a copy to
The auditor or the treasurer, just to get an update. It can be a communication.
okay, with a copy to the auditor/treasurer for a communication. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? We do have a few late files, not many, I promise. There's only 10. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Hey, from Councilor Lisi, that the city council and the mayor send a strong letter to our wealthier Hampshire County neighbor communities, encourage them to initiate a stop and spread test site in the Upper Valley in light of Holyoke Health Director Sean's update for city's latest COVID metrics, that our test sites are serving 500 to 600 people in 4 or 5 hours they are open.
Receive and adopt, and if I could, under discussion.
Yeah, motion is receive, adopt, and our discussion, Councilor Lisi.
So whenever the state releases its COVID metrics, we've been getting an update from our health director, sort of putting it into context. And in the last email, he noted that our HCC and Appleton Stop the Spread sites are generating about 500 to 600 cars in the 4 to 5 hours that they're open. And what it looks like is that Holyoke is servicing all of the Upper Valley, Hampshire, Franklin, and Berkshire counties, essentially. And so, you know, it's a really wonderful resource that we're able to provide the community. And of course, we want people being able to access it, but it really seems like at this point in time, given the rate at which cases are increasing, we really need to ask at least one of our neighbors in the Upper Valley to you know, push the state for another Stop the Spread site. There's 2 in Springfield, there's 2 in Holyoke, and then there's nothing else for Hampshire, Franklin, and Berkshire counties. So we need some more sites. I learned that it's not the municipalities that set up the Stop the Spread site so much as the state, and that Northampton did actually request a Stop the Spread site at one point in time, but the state denied it because the cases weren't bad in that particular municipality. So we should actually send the letter to those neighboring communities in Hampshire County, Franklin County, and the state. So there would be an amendment there.
Right.
So to the surrounding cities and state is what you're asking for?
Yes. Because really we're doing more than our fair share, just like we always do. Where we provide the resources, we provide the opportunities, and you know, many more people than just our community or even the greater Holyoke area are accessing these services. So it is sort of the best way to stop the spread, and I just think we need more support from the state.
No, I totally agree, and I would like to sign on to that. Councilor Bacon, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Tallman.
So,
and Councilor Gladys, I see you.
President, it just seems to me that the letter needs to go to the state, and I would hope that perhaps our Board of Health Director could write the letter, and we could support his writing of it, since they'll be the determining body as to if and where it goes. So it seems like that might be our best path. I'm not sure the other communities will have any control over it. So that would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Counselor Murphy?
Yeah, I think this is great order, and something the state has to take, and I would also include our state representative and senator delegation to try to have them work with their colleagues. And I know, I mean, I've just heard about doctors in Pittsfield, because that's where people are going when they're going there or coming to Holyoke to get tested. And the doctors are overwhelmed. They can't do it with what they have. So, and obviously positive tests are unfortunately going up and up. We need to separate the test sites, make sure that we don't deter someone because of long lines.
Right.
And I mean, I was at the college one time and the line went almost all the way over Homestead Avenue down to Cherry Street while they were in the college. So this is a great order. We need to get the state to say, look, we got to open up and make it convenient for all of the counties. Great order. Thank you.
Counselor LeBron Martinez. You're on mute, Counselor.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm sorry, Linda covered it already by saying that we should also send it to the state. So I think that is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
You're welcome. So would you like me to follow up with Sean tomorrow after this? Just to...
I think what I would like to do is ask Sean to send a letter alongside of us instead of us, because I think in some ways it comes, like, Sean isn't going to determine which other community, but he would have more like data and metrics that would support us sort of making we're the body that has, like, I think the better authority to make this request with the state as opposed to the Board of Health. But I think the Board of Health can send something alongside of us in support.
All right, I'll follow up with him tomorrow, and then I'll get a sample as I did last time to everybody.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thanks, everyone.
B is from the outside auditor. It's the report. So finance.
For the finance.
Committee on Finance.
All right.
We all got an email, electronic copy, but if you get a hard copy, I'll tell anybody who wants it.
All right, so we'll send that to finance and we can get copies. Whoever wants it, just let us know. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? C is an application for a handicap sign at 254 Walnut Street.
Ordinance.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Last is
Make sure the copy goes to Commission on Disabilities for that one.
in a copy to the commission. D is the petition. We, the residents of Holyoke, are in support of a hen ordinance that requires 100 feet between abutting properties. We do not support the need of 2-week notice, a newspaper, public hearing.
Send the ordinance.
So send that to ordinance.
Ordinance.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is it. I didn't have
Motion
10.
to
I was just
adjourn.
joking around. All right.
Second.
Motion to adjourn. Have a good night, everyone. Good rest of the week. And if we don't
This is
see
the
you,
way.
happy Turkey Day.
Have a good week.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you all. Take
Happy
care.
Thanksgiving.